Yes.
We're live. Hello, everybody, and welcome in. Thank you for patiently waiting for us. Um, we decided to add a camera, and then it was all new, all new. So anyway, so welcome in. Let me shut this camera off for right now. Um, so welcome in to Night Owl Crafting. Here we do pretty much anything, but tonight I have a guest, and it's her first time. And so we have a project, and she is teaching me tonight. And I'm sorry, I'm Gail. My name of my channel is Gail Designs, and with me tonight is Tracie Murray, and she is from the West Coast, so she's 2 hours behind us here Central Time.
Hello, everybody. Oh gosh, now the nerves kicked in. Wasn't nervous before when we first was talking. Now the nerves have kicked in.
But see, you're here with all your friends,
I
and
am here with all my friends, and now I'm not in the chat.
well, now you're not in the chat.
Right.
So, and has your friend come in yet?
Um, I'm not sure. I don't see her, but she may not comment. But if she's here, hey Gretchen, how you doing? Hi
So,
D Smith.
Gretchen,
Hi
say
Precious
hello so
Pieces.
that we know you're here. So, hello,
And if you see me
Sharon.
looking up, it's because I'm looking at the big TV in front of where I am, so that I'm not staring at one of the two devices. So that's what I'm staring at. Is I've got the big TV on.
I think Bobby and Up Designs also, look at their TV. So Sharon was here.
Gretchen Marshall 3874.
Okay, I have to scroll back down there. So Sharon's here. She is probably already in bed, but she leaves it playing so that doesn't lose the watch hours. Hey, Lady Bear, Lady Bear designs, Lady Blue Bear designs by Stacy. Welcome in, Stacy, and she's working in the bushes. Bobby from EE Handmade with Love is here. And then it's us, and Lisa from MBA Creative Designs is here. Welcome in. And D Smith, thank you for being here, and welcome in, and thank you for moderating. And Precious Pieces, welcome. And you see? Oh, just talk. Okay. So Stacy is telling you just talk to us. Rosalind Lewis is here. Thank you. There's your friend Gretchen.
Yep.
Welcome in. So Gretchen and Tracie and Tracie's daughter, the three of them, they do like craft fairs together. And you want to stand up and show your shirt. So
Oh, okay.
Tracie makes all three of them a shirt each year for the so
I don't
they're
know
the
how well
crafty
we can see
divas.
it,
Yeah,
but it
we can
says,
see it.
yeah, Crafty Divas.
And so they're saying hello to Picture Me Crafting. So hello, Picture. There she is. Hello, Picture Me Crafting. Thank you for coming in and moderating. So Tracie sent me to school. She was talking last week in the chat about this double-sided fusible fleece. And I'm like, well, I'm kind of new I haven't used fusible fleece. And so I'm new to the double-sided or two-sided, depending on what store you get it from. And I did put all that information in the description in the chat. I mean, in the under the video. And I had to go. Of course, y'all know where I live in Texas is predominantly Hispanic and Spanish speaking. Can you believe at Hobby Lobby, the gal at the fabric didn't speak English? Mm-hmm. So I had to look it up on the website and give her the numbers. So it's Pellon. Do you have I have it.
985F.
Oh, 985F.
F is in Frank.
F is in Frank. So I have the first part done. This is, so you sandwich it, and I think you're going to demo that. Were you
Yep.
going to demo it? Okay.
Yep.
So this is, so I have the first part of my quilting done. So while she's talking, I'm going to be doing my other, because I'm going to be doing the diamond. And, oh, I'm showing you in the camera, and I have that camera off. My goodness. Okay, here we go. So I have the one side, the lines done at the diagonal. And so now I'm going to go do the other diagonal. So it's purple and then lavender is what my project is. So you sandwich it together, and then you don't have to use pins. You just quilt it. All right.
What we're making, because we actually probably should tell you, is we're making a giant project tote. So this is the last one that I made for myself. And so I live in Las Vegas. So I go to Soye Quilting on 2 days a week. They have what they call open sew, and you take your projects. And because I have the attention span of a gnat, I wanted a giant bag that I could take more than one project in. And so I made myself a giant, oops. And that is what we're going to be doing. I made this using Ankara fabric that I got from Hobby Lobby. The tote I just showed you is actually 1 yard of fabric that I sandwiched the double-sided fleece in between. I ironed it together. I did quilt it. Once you use the double-sided fleece, you don't have to quilt it, because once the two sides are fused, they are together, so you do not have to quilt it. Obviously, quilting gives it texture. Using the fleece gives it more texture. And the bag that I'm doing tonight with Miss Gail is for my daughter. And this bag will be slightly different than Miss Gail's in the fact that my main fabric is a directional fabric. So you can either use one fabric, 1 yard, or you can use two fabrics, a yard each, and use one as the main fabric with the outside and the lining. The other, again, fabric B would be the lining. You can also do, if you choose, not to put a vinyl pocket in it, but we are putting a vinyl pocket in it. My vinyl was purchased from Michael's. I happened to get, and I'll grab the piece that I'll be sewing because the roll hit the floor. So this is the piece that I'll be sewing with. I pre-cut it out, but this particular project, the way I kind of created it was you make it as big as you want it to be. I take 1 yard of two fabrics. I cut it down the fold, so we're using half of a width of fabric. If we're using something that's 44 inches wide, then it's 22 inches wide. And then I will demonstrate the fusible fleece, but I don't know how well you can, right, this is the correct side. So this is the fabric that my daughter chose for the tote, and then this is the lining. This is, you're going to have some fabric left over, but not a lot. We will be installing a zipper. We will be installing vinyl. The first bag I made, I didn't attach a handle, and I realized that was a mistake. So we will be attaching a handle. I will be using fusible web. Miss Gail is going to be using fabric, and it's thread. And a zipper. We will have facings for the zipper to attach to the vinyl, and we will have a binding on the side of the bag. One of the things that I like about this particular bag is you can make it as big or as little as you want. This is a compilation of 2 bags that I've made before. One is the By Annie's Project 2.0 bag, and the other one is a bag by May Sodit, where she made a project bag in this very similar fashion. She just used twill, and she also used, she didn't put vinyl in it. And if you excuse me for just 1 second, my nose has decided it wants to run, and I'm gonna move off camera and clean that up.
Gonna go catch it. And
I did have a Kleenex, so now I'm really gonna have to go catch it.
And I saw Geneva came in. I'm using a 22-inch zipper. And it's going to be my first time using a zipper in a craft project. So first time using the clear, mine is the clear vinyl, the red paper at Hobby Lobby, and and I'll be doing binding. I've done binding before, and I told Tracie how I do it. She goes, "Oh no, ma'am, we're not doing that."
I'm about doing things easy, or what I consider easy and quick. No, I don't have a YouTube channel. My daughter and I were going to start one, but we haven't been able to decide what it is we want to do. So I tend to just be in the comments of a lot of people's channels, and I tend to be in the bushes and then hang around in the and make comments when I see something or answer a question. I am using a zipper by the yard. My daughter wanted her zipper to be rainbow, so I'm not sure how well you can see the colors. And we put a zipper pull on it. So this is a zipper by the yard that I'll be cutting down. So I would tell you, this is probably what, 24 right now, 22. I do actually have a ruler over here. I should measure. So the zipper that I'll be using is 31 inches long, and we're going to cut it down. So the first step of this particular project is to actually, and I don't cut until after the quilting, say it correctly. I get a yard of fabric. So we got a yard of this Mario fabric. We bought a yard of the lining. I cut the yard down on the fold. I took the double-sided fleece, and I'm just going to demonstrate this for you guys on a smaller cut of fabric. And this is the piece of fabric. I made a raw fence a little while ago, and this for a friend of mine, and so this is one of my leftover blocks. I take the double-sided fleece. We are going to sandwich it between the two layers of this particular piece. And I actually am using my little Cricut mini easy press iron to fuse it. I fuse from the center out. That way you can smooth out any bubbles. I did miss one step, I apologize. You should iron your fabric before you start, just in case it has any wrinkles in it. And I realize you can't see me doing this. The fusible fleece, the instructions tell you to put the iron down on it, hot setting, no steam, 10 seconds, and then move to the next spot. And that's all I'm doing, sitting over here off to your, hopefully your left, or at least it's my left, possibly your right. And I do this on both sides. I have been known to put this under the heat press for still 10 seconds. I tend to use the 350 for Eve's rhinestones. I tend to kind of leave my heat press on 350 and go from there. And I will use the 12 seconds for the rhinestone press as well, even though the instructions say 10 seconds. You can use an iron. I have been known, depending on the size of the project, to use my iron. And again, I turn the iron on the hottest setting. Sometimes I leave the steam on, sometimes I turn it off. The instructions tell you you don't need steam. It depends on what comes out of the iron, whether or not I use steam or not. And I'm almost done. Once I do one side, I flip it over and I do the other side. You should actually let this cool before you manipulate it, because if you don't, the glue can possibly come apart. But because it's still warm, if I pulled it hard enough, it would come apart because it's not cool. But if you see, it's actually, the two pieces are fused together. And that is double-sided fusible fleece. If, like Miss Gail's piece, when she was fusing it, it was a little bit wider on one end than the other. For me, I don't go that far to the edge. I fuse up to the edge, but I don't go all the way over to like where the fusible fleece is. But you can put Teflon on top of it and on the bottom of it to keep from melting the glue onto your iron. When I've melted glue on my iron, to clean my iron, I use a warm iron and the magic eraser, and I rub the iron on top of the magic eraser, and it gets off any glue residue. And that's how I keep my iron clean for the most part. Anybody got any questions for me so far?
I don't see any. Oh.
Yep.
Teflon
yeah,
is a great
I
idea.
have a Teflon sheet, the same one that I use in the heat press. It does double duty. I forget where I got it from. I think it was an Amazon purchase. I had like 5 Teflon sheets. So I try to keep one by the ironing board and one by the heat press. So wherever I may decide to go. But I've also used parchment paper or, parchment paper. I've used, like, if you can get your hands on a regular paper bag, you can use a paper bag. The point is you want to, the heat from the iron to melt the glue. That's on both sides of this. After you get the fusing done and it's cooled off, then you can quilt it. I quilted this today, or I tried to quilt it. I dropped the feed dogs, and I've been trying to teach myself to free motion. And what I was trying to do, because of the thread choice I made, I couldn't see what my hands were really doing. So I have little bubbles and scribbles and things on here. My daughter was happy with it. She was like, do whatever. And so you don't have to quilt it if you don't want to. I made Gretchen, hi Alice. I made Gretchen a bag where I actually embroidered her company logo in the middle of the back, which was a Diva by Design. So what I ended up doing was, before I fused the 2 layers together, I said quilted. I embroidered a Diva by Design, her logo, on the back of it. Then I fused the 2 layers together because I didn't want the stitching to show through on the lining side of the bag. So this project, you can do whatever you would like, however you would like. There are no hard and fast rules with how to make this particular bag. How you coming over there, Miss Gail?
I'm coming along really well.
My particular project has directional fabric, so you may want to be conscious of that. And what I mean is, when I first showed the fabric, you can see on the back that Mario and all of his friends are right side up. But if I turn it around, if you see, as I folded it down, they're actually upside down. And I have been instructed by the bag's owner that she wants them all right side up. So if you're going to use a directional fabric, like I am, what I'm going to do is, after we've quilted, while we're waiting on Miss Gail to quilt, I took my vinyl and we cut a piece of vinyl that's 7.5 inches wide. So that's what our window is going to be. And I'm going to try to lay this in here and show it to you and let you see that I have roughly folded my pieces to meet that particular window. So you can make this window as wide or as narrow as you would like it to be. Miss Gail is using clear vinyl. I'm using iridescent vinyl.
Hi,
But in order
Marilyn.
to make
Hi,
this
Allison.
go right side up the way my person requested, all I'm going to do is cut from where I folded. I'm going to stitch those pieces back down so that everything is right side up. And then we'll be almost ready for the next step. So while the scale is still quilting, I'm going to go ahead and take some scissors, cut this apart, and stitch it together. And then we'll wait for Miss Gail to finish stitching. And we will talk about adding handles, unless somebody has any questions for me. Hello, Miss Marilyn.
Picture Me Crafting wants to know how long you've been embroidering.
We should ask Miss Gretchen that question. She's the one that got me stuck into embroidering. To me, I'm fairly new at it. Probably 5 years. Again, my friend Gretchen gets me into all kind of trouble, just like I get her into all kind of trouble. She bought some commercial embroidery machines. She bought 2 Melcos and told me I could come play. So I turned around and brought a Brother 4x4 hoop, because I wasn't sure I was going to like it, and I didn't want to make a big investment in a machine with a very large hoop if I didn't like it. So I bought a combo machine. And then I soon discovered 6 months after my 4x4 that I liked it. And as my retirement present for myself, I turned around and bought a machine that had a 6x10 hoop. And of course, my mind is like, I still need a slightly bigger hoop.
So also, Miss Tracie is a Leo. Her birthday,
Yes.
her birthday is next Monday, August 10th.
Yes. Leo season.
Yeah.
And although I know I should be cutting this with the rotary cutter, and yes, I brought a rotary cutter over here and a cutting board. You see, I'm just using a pair of scissors and cutting on where I already established the fold.
So Stacy says, if you're nervous, they can't tell because you're doing a really good job explaining everything perfectly.
Thank you. And yes, I'm nervous.
And hello, Dorica. And
hello, Dorica.
So I am, let me see if you can see this project. This project is so big, I've had to like clear everything out, and things that I didn't clear out got cleared out. I'm like, good thing it all fell off the table when we were sewing before we went live. So otherwise y'all were probably thinking, what's going on over there? Anyway, so I'm using, let me see if I can move this where you can see. So I'm making mine diamond, and that was my homework. I was supposed to get that done before, because you know, the diamond takes longer. So let's see. Let me move my machine to the edge of the table, then probably can see it. So you do everything at a diagonal, then you come back and do everything at a diagonal, the opposite direction. Hey, Sister Heartcross.
Thank you, everyone.
And so I have this, let me see if I can bring this closer without dropping my camera. Nope, that didn't work. All right, I know how to fix that. Okay, so I just want to show, since that's up in the corner. Uh-oh. All right. I don't think you guys saw what just happened. All right, so there we go. So I have this here, and this is a quilt. It's a guide. I know regular sewing machines have the guide. So I have this guide at 1.5 inches from the needle. So once you get your first stitch stitched, then you just put the guide along the stitch that you have here, and then try to get more light on this, and then you just stitch. And I pay attention to this. I don't pay attention to where the needle is.
One of the things I do like about this particular project, again, you can make this bag as big or as small as you want it because it's based on folds. And earlier today, when I was at the quilting store, I realized that we're going to put a binding on the outside edge of this particular bag. But I realized that technically, theoretically, we could actually stitch it in such a way that you could turn it inside out and have your raw edges on the inside and not have to put a binding on the outside. I like to put a binding on the outside because it gives it another contrast. I am not ironing the seam I just stitched open. I'm just ironing that flap down because I have the fabric folded and it helps it retain its memory so that when we go to add the vinyl technically, how large a piece of vinyl is what dictates how large or small this particular bag is going to be. So if you want a bigger vinyl window, you cut a bigger piece of vinyl. If you want a smaller vinyl window, you cut a smaller.
Hi, Anna Smith. Hi, Loretta. Welcome in.
Hello, everyone.
And you could probably, if you had a serger, just serge the edges. And
absolutely.
And do some pretty thread with that. But so the way that I do binding is old school. I would stitch it on and then I would hand stitch the other side so that nothing is showing. And that is what she said. No, we're not going to do it that way, Gail. No. But I have learned
hand stitching as much as possible.
Hey, Creating with Tech. Hey, Just Craft Therapy. I think
Hello.
did I see Q here? The chat just all of a sudden started moving fast. So I'm sorry if we missed saying hello to you. I know the moderators did. Okay, Sister Heartcraft said hello to her. Gretchen. Okay. Oh, did Gretchen answer your? Oh, she says you're doing great. Did she answer how long you've been embroidering? Yes,
I'm
there's
not
Q.
sure.
Okay, let me get back to my so this is really easy. Okay, you know, y'all know that I love the diamond, because the other ones, this is just the, I don't know if you can see that. That's just a regular diagonal. Okay, I'm gonna change the camera again.
All I'm doing is futzing to make sure that when I stitch this and I flip it over, it's the right direction, because I'm trying my best not to have to use the seam ripper. And let me turn this back over and stare.
So I did use contrasting thread on the lighter color, the lavender, so that shows up. But this other one pretty much matches the darker purple. I got to figure. Here we are. Had to find out where I needed to be. So yeah, I'm making my tote big enough to, because it's like I'm not I don't travel with my projects, but you all know I do love a project box. You know, I get my projects because I do 3 shows a week. So I get my projects organized in the boxes. And so one thing that I don't have a box for is for the chopping mat that a rhinestone template would go on. So that's what I'm making mine big enough for a rhinestone template to go inside, and then I can put the tools I need and the rhinestones I'm going to use. That can all go in there, and then that's all ready to go.
And I am sewing this edge with the 1/4" foot, but you don't have to. I normally leave my regular foot on the machine. But since my daughter has all these fancy feet on her machine, I thought I'd play with them.
I found using the glove, it's easy to push it on through. The heat resistant glove.
Ah, I have some of those, not the machingers, but the yellow gloves that I use today. But I also found some paddles, and I actually kind of like using the paddles to shift the fabric through when I am pretending to think I know how to free motion.
I'm going to look fancy.
I let the lady at the sewing machine store where we bought our machines. She was the one, when she was instructing us on how to use the machines. She did a class about like quilting on the machines, and she was using the paddles, and I found that they were kind of easy. Yes, it looks correct.
This was a new bobbin when I started this project, and it's almost out.
I understand. I had to change bobbins when I was quilting as well. And we will see how long the bobbin lasted that she has in this machine, because I'm using whatever bobbin she already had in this machine. So I am not even, shows you how I am with this one because it's got so many colors. I'm not matching a color of
Oh
thread.
yeah,
We're just
yeah.
I'm using what she already had threaded. She's got some extra bobbins wound for me up here. So if I run out,
Yeah.
I'll actually just switch.
Hey, Stephanie. Welcome in. Detroit in the house. All right. Whew. It is hot, hot, hot. So Tracy and I were in yesterday. She was showing me how to get this started and stuff. And all of a sudden, the Texas storm just came crashing in, and it was not on the radar. Nobody knew it was coming. It just happened, and my power went out. So I'm in the dark. I told her, I said, next time that happens, remind me to just open my curtains, because it was daylight and I was trapped. I had the ironing board here and I was trapped.
I know. I looked up and she was like bathed in darkness. I was like, we need to get off the phone because I didn't want her devices to die. And
Yeah, because so the internet was out and everything. So the laptop was off, but the phone was still going. So she could still hear me and see me and stuff. But anyway, we got done what we needed to get done, you know, to get started.
I did want to mention about the handles while Miss Gail is quilting. If you decide to do this project and you decide to do handles, I'm using Fusible web for my handles. One of the ladies at the quilt store that I go to, she had a lot of Fusible web that she didn't need anymore. So if Miss Barbara ever watches this, thank you very much, Miss Barbara. We are using the web that you gave us. So I had my daughter decide how long she wanted her handles. Again, this is not your handle needs to be 22 inches long or 12 inches long. The handle is as long as you want the handle to be. And when Miss Gail gets finished quilting, the handle is going to be the next step that we are actually going to do. And again, her handle is going to be made out of fabric. And the way she's going to construct the handle out of the fabric is actually more or less the same way we're going to do the binding and the facings for the zipper and the side. But we're going to use the other half of the fabric that we cut off, so unless you want to add another color of fabric besides what you have as your lining, you can feel free. I just personally use, like if I was making a handle from the fabric, I would use the green lining fabric that I'm using to make the handle, to give a color contrast and a place for your eye to rest. I am, because this is a polyester webbing, and this particular webbing is 1 inch, but you don't have to use 1 inch. You can use whatever you have or whatever you purchase. I am going to burn the ends, and I'm going to go ahead and do that now. That way that part is done.
Yeah, I have a third fabric that I'm going to do, and I'm going to be adding a pocket. She was giving me all these options, and I said, yes, please, yes, please, yes, please. You know, and I says, I don't know if I'm going to be needing all of that, but while I have you, I want to be doing all of the above. So I'll be adding a pocket on the inside. I'm going to be making a handle. Hello, Jessie. Welcome in. I'm glad you made it.
Yep. And that we're going to tackle her pocket after we do the handle.
Yeah, so I did.
And normally what I use for facings and bindings, and I know the standard quilting people use 2.5 inches. I struggle. I'm not going to tell you I'm good with 2.5 inches. So I cut things 3 inches because that way if I don't stitch a perfect 1/4 inch seam, I know if I start with 3 inches and it ends up folding down to 3/4 of an inch, my project will absolutely get caught between what I needed to get caught between. Look at her go.
Hi,
You're almost done.
Creations.
Hello.
Ahoy, mate. She's on her cruise.
Well, thank you for joining us.
Yep, birthday, anniversary, and business.
Happy, congratulations, and all of the above.
Have you guys shoved off yet? Or is that tomorrow morning? Is that tomorrow that you're leaving? I mean, I know you're there, but I mean the ship. Hey, Up Designs. And her husband's birthday is tomorrow. I believe she said Up Designs. Married to a Leo.
Best people ever.
I know. My husband was a Sag. And it wasn't fair. Like it said Sag and Leos are good marital partners.
We handle their drama well.
and that was the only option. It was just Leo,
Yep.
Leo Sag.
Leo and Sag, yep.
And then he had options. I go, oh no, you don't.
He has options, but his best option is a Leo. If he's a Sag, his best option is a Leo.
And not to test out the waters of the others.
True. Very well. No, test the waters out, and then you realize, yeah, when you find a Leo, that's the right one for you.
Okay, but don't test the waters while you have your Leo, otherwise you'll see her fury.
Absolutely. No, you don't really want the lion to come out. I tell that to my daughter. She's a Capricorn, and I'm like,
a Capricorn.
And I'm like, goat. Lion is always trying to eat you. Come on, little goat. So she has very much a lot of true stubborn Capricorn qualities, and I have a lot of very strong Leo qualities, and yeah, sometimes we clash. As Gretchen has been referee for.
Let's remember to keep.
Absolutely. Oh, I'm so sorry.
Oh no, Jessie, I'm so sorry to hear that.
Absolutely.
That's the first time hearing of it.
Well, they try anyway.
I know
Miss D. Smith.
He said, thank you, Dee, for reporting Capricorn rule. Oh yeah, I love my Capricorn.
Oh, I love her. Doesn't mean I'm not trying to eat her every chance I get, but yeah.
Well, he's my rainbow baby, so he did get a lot of, well, I do have a lot of patience. And like I said, he's my rainbow baby. And so he didn't really try me. He was always there for me, though.
Oh no, my little goat tries me all the time still. I shouldn't say little
Mhm.
goat.
Yeah, I
She's
think that,
taller than me and all of the things, but yeah.
yeah, well, I think that's the difference between the female and the male, because I know well, my daughter that's a Pisces, oh boy. She lives in Oregon. She's in Portland.
Yes, absolutely. Leo love. I know I gotta make my Leo shirts for this season. I have them prepped. I just gotta finish them. I found a rhinestone design on Etsy that's a big lion, and I have it cut out. I just haven't brushed it in and put it on the t-shirt yet.
I did when
That
I
is
first started
true.
I blinging, I did got a big lion on Etsy, and I put peridot in
And
for his eyes because August Leo.
right. You know, Miss Gail, and I know this is probably the one thing me and a whole bunch of Leos are gonna have a problem with. I just like our birthstone so much. Probably because I'm like, we have this very strong ruby to our left and this very strong sapphire to our right. Why didn't we get the emerald? Why did we have to get the pale green peridot stone?
Oh, you said you dislike it?
I do. I do not
Oh, I
like the
hated
color
it.
of our
I hated
birthstone.
it when I was younger,
I
and
still hate it.
I don't
I
hate it
know, bad
anymore.
Leo, but yeah.
It looks really good with amethyst.
Yeah, I feel like we're in the middle of summer. We should have that hard jewel color. Again, we have a ruby in July, there's a sapphire in September, and in the middle, there's this very pale green stone.
Yeah, yeah,
Like you could have
ruby.
given us a
Yeah,
topaz, you could have, like you said, an amethyst, you know, you really should have gave us the emerald, better yet the diamond, but that's okay.
yeah,
We're still great.
yeah. I like it
Even
now,
if we have a few
and
greenstone. I don't know, I just feel like the tone of it is very spring, so it should be in the spring.
oh,
It
yeah.
does belong to us only. You are very true. And if I'm not mistaken, we're also the only birthstone that August is the only one that has one color birthstone. Most of the other months have multiple color birthstones.
Options. Yeah,
Yeah, we don't even have
because
another option. We just got this cute greenstone. Look, I'd take your amethyst if I could. I really would take that ruby though. Red's my favorite color, so yeah, I'd be still in that ruby in a heartbeat.
oh,
Or
up
the
the nine
sapphire.
says you can my amethyst. Sweetheart, amethyst and peridot go together, just
Well,
like you and
that
your
is true.
husband. So yeah,
Does
my
anybody
mom.
have any questions for me so far? I just want to make sure we're all good and so far so good.
So y'all know that when she does get her channel, I'll be pushing it out, and
She's so sweet.
because she'll have to get her 50 so that they can go do live streams. But
Who knows? This might give my kiddo a push to go. Yep, we're gonna start doing this. I've had the name forever. Created the name and the initial channel well before I retired.
yeah,
Peridot.
my mom is September. She loves her sapphire.
Yes.
She even had, like, for her ring, she had the sapphire as her wedding ring, as her um She has the sapphire as her center stone and then diamonds all around it.
Oh, wow. That's pretty.
And,
This is beautiful.
and then she did it on white gold. Okay. I had something mess up. But
Uh-oh. Is it close to the edge? Because now that you finished quilting, it would be time to square it up.
oh, who said I was finished?
I thought you were finished. It looked like you were finished. I thought you were at the edge. Well, when she gets finished, now it's time to square it up.
Yeah. Yep, designs, that's what you should put on your anniversary shirt. Peridot and amethyst. Yeah, you know, in high school when you get a class ring and they want you to do
Thank
like
you.
your birthstone.
I'll tell her.
I did aquamarine. I loved aquamarine.
Kendra's birth. One of Kendra's birthstones. My daughter, yeah.
Then there's even an opal. I had an opal ring, a fire opal. Oh, stop.
Is it the bobbin? Are you getting close to the end of it?
Yeah. Yeah. And so it's,
Misbehaving.
yeah, when I pull it, then it puckers. I mean, but it's fine. It's fine. I just made sure that I had enough threads I think I can go one more time around. Well, I mean, one more time on that side, and then I'll check on the other side. But you're doing really great.
Thank you. I'm just reaching over here, making sure the Easy Press doesn't turn on.
So did you already cut your pieces so that you have your you have your back, your top, and your bottom?
No, ma'am. I have not. I figured I could do that so that the wonderful people out there can see the cut.
Yeah.
And I'm going to cut those pieces from the leftover fabric that we have from when we cut the two in half. And I'm going to cut it all from the green for the most part. But I want to make sure that we're all in the same spot. So that's why we are waiting for you, because quilting does take a minute.
Yep. So I just have, I got to figure out how I need to place it. I need to go this way.
Oh, that's right, because you drew the center line and you're stitching from the center out, right?
Yes.
See, Miss Gail is so good about drawing the first line and going. I would just take a point, start the angle and stitch, and then use the guide to do the rest of the stitching in one direction and flip it over and you do the same thing in the opposite direction and keep going.
I know.
But I know you wanted to have a perfect line down the center to do that, and that's why she does that. I'm just like, we're gonna let it roll.
Yes, and I watched a little bit of that one that used Annie's, and
yeah.
And she started in the corner like how you did, and it messed up. And she goes, Oh, rookie mistake. I should have known better. You always start, from the middle and work out. And so hers was messed up. And so I'm like, that settles it. I'm doing it the way that I know how to do, and that's going corner to corner.
I get it. I consider my projects a labor of love. I try my best not to do any errors, but if it has an error, it has a Tracieism in it. Okay, oh well. If it's really bad, yeah, we'll fix it. But if it's not really bad, it has a Tracieism. I'm not pointing it out.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm not telling people they have it. I'll just wait to see if they can find it.
And Bonded says, come on, Tracie, we'll support your channel. And it's
Again,
not that
thank
she's
you.
afraid to start her channel. She's just got to get it. You said you
We
came
got to
up with a
figure out
name,
what we
right?
want to do.
You just got to get it. Just got to do it.
True. And partly because, like many of you, I have a lot of interest. So I sew, I make jewelry, I scrapbook. From scrapbooking, we started making cards. Sewing, I started sewing clothes. Then I got into quilting. My daughter's always been into making tote bags and purses. So we started making tote bags and purses. Diamond dots is my new little phase. Actually, that's not true. Coloring is my new little phase. Me and the colored pencil and the alcohol inks. That's my new thing right now. So I do a different craft on different days. That way I can touch all of the things that I have to play with. So I guess that depends. Maybe the channel will be based on what day we decide to post and do the things. That might be whatever we focus on. Who knows?
Yeah, mine, if you read the description of it, it was just like, I'm just crafting, it wasn't anything niched down. Now I do a lot of sewing, but
right. I'm getting back into sewing. I did a lot of sewing, like I had told you before, for my mother, and it was primarily clothes. I did a lot of clothes sewing. And then when my mother passed, I couldn't sew clothes, but I wanted another outlet. And that's actually more when we started coloring and doing the diamond dots and Legos and all other manner of things, but things we as in my daughter and I, we focused on with my mother. So then I honestly will tell you since I retired, so the last 4 or 5 years, started picking sewing back up again in earnest. And I very much was a weekend sewer. When we first moved here, didn't have a machine, but that was when I think I told you could rent machines from the sewing back places. So I would pick up a machine on Friday, and then I would sew all weekend so I could take the machine back on Monday. But I would cut like multiple projects out for the week, but it would have to be something that I could sew on the weekend. That way we could get it done and I could get the machine back in until I started buying my own machines and had one. But I did that for like 10 or 15 years here. It was a great little thing to be able to do.
that sounds good.
Yeah.
That you can rent the machines.
Yeah, like I said, it used to be, if you went to, like I said here, it used to be you could go to a sewing machine and vacuum place. Because I always thought it was interesting that they sold sewing machines where they fixed and sold vacuum cleaners. But yeah, you could rent by the week or you could rent by the weekend. And I primarily rented by the weekend. So I would spend the week prepping, cutting out all my projects. And again, it was mostly clothes. I didn't start doing quilting in earnest until my mother passed, and I'm not going to mention it, Gretchen. I am not going to say it. Anyway, so yeah. So I, again, needed another creative outlet for sewing that wasn't tied to clothes. And And I actually, for the first 4 or 5 years after she passed, I didn't do anything that I heavily associated with her. And then it was kind of like, oh, I want to do this again. And, dip your foot in a little bit and you're like, oh, yeah, I like this. So now I sew primarily every day, at least 1 hour every day. Um, but they're like Tuesday is a dedicated jewelry day. So I will always make sure I will work on some type of beaded jewelry project on Tuesdays. Wednesday is a paper day. So I will sew on Wednesdays because I will go to the quilt store and sew, but I'll come home and I'll do something with paper, scrapbook, make a card, something. Thursday, my daughter and I are supposed to play games, but I'll tell her little secret. She likes to cheat, and I don't always play games with her because I don't like the fact that she likes to cheat, even though I don't cheat and I still will be her. I'm just like, nope, we're not going to play a game where you can cheat. And Friday, Saturday, and so Sunday are actually absolutely dedicated sewing days. Or whatever else I may be into at the moment. Plus, I'm one of those people that has a compulsive need to finish a project. So once I start a project, I will finish a project. So yeah, the compulsive need to finish something that I start makes it real easy for me to say, yep, I do my best, Miss Marilyn. I do. I keep a craft journal. So because I get so many different ideas, so I update my journal once a week. And if I get a new idea, I add it to the journal. And then every week I update the journal. So I also have like a monthly to-do list. And then I give myself like a weekly to-do list. I number the items. And then every week I update what I've done against those items. And then, like I said, if I have a new idea, something I want to make, I add it to the list. And when I complete something, then I can go back to the list and decide what I want to make next. Hello there, Miss Craftable Things.
Hey, Patrice. Have you guys set sail yet? Or are you or are you just on the ship? All right, so I did run out of the bobbin, and so of course these were the pre-wound bobbins. So I don't have thread to do that. So we're going to do a different color. All right, so
you're right. I should check.
Let me.
Oh yes, she's got plenty of bobbin.
Let me figure out where I need to start again. We're in the middle of the ocean, so you've already taken off.
Oh wow! Have fun, enjoy.
Ahoy there! All right, so this is a darker thread, which it's okay. It's my project. There's going to be something covering it anyway, unless it's empty. All right, let me see where do I need to? This one. Okay. All right.
Were you mid-row when you ran out?
Oh, yes.
Ah.
And ordinarily I would just take that stitching out. But I'm not going to. Gonna let it ride. 48 hours. Oh my gosh. She's been up for 48 hours. All right,
Wow.
so I'm
That's some
gonna
good
have her.
rest.
Exciting. Seeing everybody. I guess that's the first thing you do is go through all the excitement of seeing everybody you haven't seen in person in a while.
Very true.
Since you need to crash. I had a feeling you wouldn't get any sleep last night. Okay. So yeah, I'm really loving that this two-sided fusible fleece.
It is one of the greatest inventions that they did. Again, like I said, I use it a lot when making tote bags, when making bags, especially something where they're like, oh, interface both pieces. I'm like, why? Use the two-sided fleece or the two-sided bosal, depending on how thick you want it to be and fluffy and how much definition that you want to show it with your stitches. Plus, it's just iron once and call it a good day, especially if you know, or like I told you before with the heat press, can do a bigger, flatter area in a shorter amount of time. Because I have used my, not only did I do the little demo with the little mini press, but I've used my other Cricut Easy Press as well. But I've used the Easy Press to do straight interfacing, fusible interfacing as well.
I'm really regretting the procrastination I did today.
You are good. We are here for the here. Again, for this project, the longest part to me is actually this part that Miss Gail is doing right now with the quilting.
And I have my machine has one of those covers for the feed dogs. To
Oh,
do
that's
that,
right. You were mentioning that.
yeah, and that's to do the freestyle quilting, which I would try. I would try it on a smaller project
Absolutely.
before I try on this. Like the snap band slap band purses I make. That could be, you could do that on that if you wanted that.
True. You could even
I've
do it
seen with,
on like mug rugs.
yeah, I've seen where they've gone around like a design, like a flower and stuff like that with doing that freestyle.
Practice, lots and lots of practice.
Yeah.
Right now, I'm just working on trying to make some consistent loops and move from point A to point B. Although I am excited to try, I saw on Shay Shay's video where she bought used the Kimberbell clear blue tiles to use the embroidery feature in her machine. So I did, after I saw that video, I did invest in that. I just haven't put it on the machine and used it yet because I haven't got a quilt completed to the point where I need to try to do that type of quilting on top. And I didn't want to try to do it with this project because I would have needed to switch machines, and I wasn't trying to do that just yet.
Almost.
Not a problem. I am good. Just checking to see if anybody's got any questions. I didn't see any.
My shoulder hurts.
Uh-oh.
From guiding
Pushing it? Yeah.
Guiding it because I didn't roll it all up like how you said to do. I just keep bunching it underneath the.
Right. So what Miss Gail is referring to is I told her if she was quilting, to put the space smaller up underneath the bed of your machine to take the left side and you roll it up. In a little roll similar to this. And then as you do your quilting and it feeds through to the right, you start rolling it up on the right and you unroll it to the left, and then you can do all of your quilting and unroll, and you can make the space up underneath the machine smaller. So when I quilt my bigger quilts, that's actually how I shove them into my machine. Plus I use like my table, and I'll put a chair on the opposite side of my machine to hold the bulk of a quilt so that I can easily maneuver a bigger quilt underneath the bed of the machine. But I will I'll either just roll it up or roll it up on pole noodles and have two pole noodles, one on either side, left or right, and use the pole noodles to guide the machine through. And I got the pole noodles. Some of them I got from Walmart, and some of them I got from the Dollar Tree. I noticed the Dollar Tree ones were smaller than the Walmart ones. So that meant you could put more fabric on the roll with the Dollar Tree ones.
Okay, almost.
Absolutely.
I think almost.
We are good. Miss Gail, to square this up, are you going to have to move your machine out of the way so you can use your cutting mat?
Yep. I'll be doing over here.
Okay.
Yeah, I'll move the machine down on the floor. I think. We'll see when I get there.
Okay.
Have you squared yours up already?
Yeah, because I did it after I quilted earlier, and basically what I did is I gave myself a clean edge, top, bottom, and sides. So I laid the piece out on the cutting mat, and I picked a line, and I cut an even amount off of the bottom. I picked a line against the top and cut an even amount off. Did the same thing on the sides. So it's not like I'm telling you, oh, it needs to be 22 by 34 or anything like that. It's about just cleaning up the edges and making it more rectangular, not that it's a hard set of measurements. Again, this is a very easy free form project, no hard measurements. I mean, if you want to have hard measurements, you can do that. That's not who I am when I created this. I just wanted to make sure I cut off the excess batting and had a clean edge left and right and top and bottom.
All right, let me check the back. Because that's where I can tell. We're good all the way over there. Okay. We are, wait, one more right here. I need all my diamonds.
Absolutely.
Okay. Yep, one fits right there. Whew. Okay. Actually, I could, because I don't need the full thing out, right?
That is up to you, because I have also been known to fold it in half. Got a center point and then laid it against the cutting mat and cut off an even amount top, against the free edge, and then up the sides to cut off the excess. So it's up to you how you wish to square off the pieces. The whole point is to get rid of the excess batting and give you a clean edge on either side, on all four sides rather.
Yeah. Whew.
You all right? Set too long?
Just how I have to do it. My workaround. Okay, so which way? Okay, okay, I'm gonna move this down.
Be careful.
That way the cord isn't looped like that for me to trip over.
Absolutely.
All right. Woo-wee. My back. Okay. Let's see, my phone cord is plugged in. All right, so I can move this over here. All right, so it's not going to
Why don't you turn it over the other way? Because I thought you had more batting to cut off on the other side than that side.
Yeah, I was gonna lay it out like this, but my mat isn't. This is longer than my mat,
Right. So roughly fold it in half.
like this,
Yep.
and then do
Make
these
sure
ends
your
first.
sides are as straight as possible. Because remember when we tore the one edge, you remember that is actually a true straight of grain, so that actually should
Yeah,
be a straight edge. So if
that's this
you
one.
line stuff up to that particular edge, you should have a very straight edge right there.
Okay, let me see if you can.
So what I'm talking about is what we did initially is with cotton fabric, if you put a little snip in it and then you pull the edges apart, the fabric will tear along a very straight edge and give you a straight grain along the tear line. So that will give you a straight edge. So she can technically line this project up against that straight edge and then cut from there, as long as she lines that edge up. Good night.
Good night, LSB. All right, so this is my this is my edge here that we ripped.
Right.
Oh,
So
so you're saying if I match
right.
it up
Mhm.
like this, then square this off here.
Yep.
Okay. Okay. So this is my good edge. Okay. I just probably not going to be able to do it on camera because I have to move it over there. With the laptop being here, I don't have room.
Understand? Nope. Do the best you can and cut where you need to cut.
And then let me move my trip on the phone cord. Okay. All right. I'm gonna have to move the maker down onto the. Can I? I definitely don't want that to fall.
Definitely don't want anything to fall.
Okay, I see how I have to do it. So I have to stand at the end of my table to get this cut. I can do that. Get my hair out of the way.
You don't want you cutting your hair?
No. Especially since it's braided, it would be totally uneven if I chop that off.
Absolutely. By the way, I love your tree back there.
Isn't it nice? I wanted to get a white tree so I never have to take it down. I just took all
I
the
used
red,
to
white,
have a
and blues.
coworker who kept her tree up, and as the holidays and the seasons changed, she just changed the ornaments that she put on it.
Yeah, that's what I do. So I just took all the red, white, and blue off. And well, not all of it. Some of it's still on there, but it might be up high enough. It's not in the camera, but and then do you see my Leo symbol?
Yes.
So that
Well, I see two things, so I'm not sure if they're Leo. One looks to be like a rose.
oh, okay, down there. Yeah, that's from yeah.
And then I'm not sure what the other thing is below the rose.
Is it gold over by the
Yes.
chair? Oh,
Yes.
that's my blessing bell.
Ah.
I'll show her. I wanted to get 500 by my birthday. And so anyway, so was getting things prepared. So I made a bell. She's got long curly hair. So it's my blessing bell. When I get blessings, then I ring my bell.
Ah.
All right, I had to redo my size.
So the point of this is to cut off the excess batting that you have and to give yourself 4 clean edges.
Yeah. Okay. Probably need to clean that up better. All right, let's see. Do I need to clean that up better?
No. Very
Okay.
free and easy project that's going to get caught up with the facing. That's going to be around either the zipper or the vinyl. So, no.
Okay. And should I trim off should I trim off these little threads on the edges?
That is totally up to you. If you want them trimmed off, yes. If you don't, nope, because it's going to get caught up in the binding we're going to put on the edge.
Yeah. So I just need it out of my way.
Understand?
So,
again, free and easy, very free form. It looks the way you want it to look.
sorry, my little fabric tray dumped over and my tweezers fell into the trash that's right here. All right, we're good. Yeah, this is a big. I just need a really big sewing table. Yeah, I don't know about this. Do I need to trim that off, or you say it's totally up to me? Because that's the.
I'd cut that edge. I would cut that edge. I would cut that edge probably by 1/2 inch because it looked like when you flipped it over, you could see a lot more of the batting still.
Yeah, because this is the ripped edge, so that's good. This is the salvage edge. Okay, there. I'm going to be happy with that. Get that
Okay.
because it's too
Wavy.
yeah. I don't want it to come like apart in the, if I put a lot in the bag and stretch the seam, I don't want it to fray, frazzle,
Right.
whatever.
I have not had an issue with the sides.
Okay.
I did have an issue with the vinyl, and it was because I didn't use the thick enough gauge of vinyl, nor did I catch the vinyl in the facing well. So that's why I changed the way I do the facing with the vinyl.
Okay. Yeah, and I like the way you do it because that's the way I saw somebody else do it. Whew. Appreciate you showing me how to do this.
You are welcome, and good morning
Good morning.
to all you East Coast peoples.
Really? Already?
Yeah, already.
Oh my gosh. We haven't really even started.
Sure we have. You did the hardest part first. The hardest and the longest part.
Yeah, and that's because I wanted, I'm a diamond girl. I have to have my diamonds. So
Not a problem.
otherwise, if I just did a single row, would have been done. Okay. All right. It looks good to me.
Absolutely. You make the bag look the way you want the bag to look, how you want it to be. It is your bag. It is your design.
Yeah. And then if I'm making it for my website, I'll be doing the diamond one too. I mean, that's the only choice they're gonna have. All right, Gail, don't get tangled up in your cord there. That's the phone
Absolutely
cord.
not.
Okay, so now while I have the machine off, I need to cut my fabric, right? Hey,
Right.
Evelyn, welcome in.
So we need a couple cuts. So the first cut is for your handle. Do you know how long you want the handle to be?
No, let me get something.
Did you write it down when we were doing the other thing the other day?
3 inches wide, honey. That's all.
Right. Okay. So we did the 3 inches wide, but you didn't talk about how long you wanted it to be.
I have a vision. Let me get my pillow that has the handle on it.
Good night, Picture Me Crafting. Thanks for coming in.
So this is my travel pillow.
Okay.
And so I think that handle is good.
Okay. Do you know roughly how long that handle is, or we're going to measure?
We're going to measure. And I know where my measuring tape is. Okay. So all right. So that's 11 and a half showing.
Plus,
just say 14.
Roughly add an extra half an inch. But we're going to add more than that because this is not going to be inside the bag. This is going to be outside the bag. So you said 11 and a half.
Good night, Picture Me Crafting.
11 and a half, 13, 15. Okay. So why don't you initially cut and she's cutting this from the remainder of her fabric, a 3-inch strip for the width of fabric. So you want one for the handle.
I don't know. Every time, I'm sorry. This is unprofessional. But every time you say handle, I feel like the teapot song. And here is my spout. Tip me over and pour me out. Okay, so, all right, so I have to rethink because I'm doing a third fabric. So this fabric here is going to be my pocket and my zipper thingies. The 3 strips I need for my zipper and my pocket.
Okay.
So then the lining fabric, the lavender fabric, I'm doing the lavender fabric, I'm doing the outside edges, I mean the sides binding.
Okay.
So I'll do the handle out of that.
Okay. So which pieces do you wish to cut first? Construction-wise, the next thing we should be working on is the handle. But
Okay.
I think what we're going to do is we're going to go ahead and cut all of the. We're going to cut the handle piece, the 2 facing pieces, sorry, the 3 facing pieces, and then because
And the vinyl.
pocket. So I kind of want you to do the majority of all of your cutting now. That way you don't have to shift the machine up and
Right.
down. You know what I
Right.
mean?
Yes.
So, but before you can cut your sides, you need to fold up your big piece. Did you pre-cut the vinyl or no?
No.
So you also want to cut your vinyl to do, remember we were talking about a 7.5 piece of vinyl.
Yeah, 7.5 inch tall. And,
right.
Okay.
By the width of the vinyl, and that gets cut down after the sides get stitched together. But before you do the binding. So what she's going to do, like I pre-cut my vinyl prior. So I pre-cut my vinyl window to 7.5 inches. And I cut it the width of the vinyl. And actually the width of this vinyl is longer than the project bag. And what we're going to do is after we get the vinyl stitched on and the zipper put on, and we actually stitch up the side, that's when we're going to cut the vinyl down to size. Or down to the width it needs to be.
Okay, so am I doing the vinyl right now?
Nope.
It's set
You
that
can
aside.
cut the piece that you have on the board right now. So you said this was the pocket and the facings for the zipper and the vinyl. So you need to cut 1, 2, 3, 3.5 by the folded width of the fabric. And I'm also going to cut those pieces at this time. See, brought a cutting board out and forgot where I put it.
Okay, so this is my pocket and 3 strips.
So initially you're going to cut the 3 by, and I'm taking the fabric that I had previously cut in half. And so I'm going to cut my 3.5 inch wide strips from this. So I'm actually going to fold this in half first.
So you're doing 3.5 inches wide?
No, 3. I did say 3.5. I'm sorry, 3.
Okay. Okay. So this is zipper and.
So this is going to be
this is 3 pieces
and the 2 vinyl pieces.
Okay.
And then you're going to go back in and cut the piece for The pocket.
Okay, so those 3 strips and my pocket are going to be out of this fabric, this one
Correct.
fabric. And then out of this fabric is going to be my handle and the sides. Okay. This is
I
the
am going to have
handle.
to get up and go around the other side of the table because I hit the rotary cutter from myself.
And
I need to stretch my legs.
okay, so the width, my current width of, whoo, busy. Whew. Okay, so the current width is 22 inches.
Right. So you need a 3-inch by 22-inch piece of fabric. You need 3 of those. So all I'm doing right now is I'm cutting myself a clean edge. And then I am going to shift the ruler over 3 inches. And yes, I did mentally count that this was 3. Line the ruler up and cut a strip. And I need to put a fresh blade in that rotary cutter.
I know I need to get a blade too, but I need to get one. I don't have.
I have one, I just haven't changed it out. So after this, I will be changing them out.
Oh yeah. So here's what.
Yeah.
It's my Belle, Belle.
Oh, she's cute.
She's got long curly hair.
Did you show how to make that on the channel, or did you purchase her somewhere?
Nope, but I could.
Oh, I see something for a Christmas project coming out, huh?
Oh yeah, I've got a couple, but yeah. So that's my blessing Belle, Belle, Belle. So I said I did have her over there, and then I'm like, you know what? Let me just put her in the tree because then she's right there. So all right, thinking. So that's not 22 inches. So we're going to go this direction. And we square that off. Then we will have enough to do. Okay.
So where I am currently roughly sitting, the length of this is 20 inches. So I am also going to cut 2 more 3-inch strips from this green to use for my sides because the width of the green is 22 inches and I need 20.
Hi, boy,
And that's going to go for my sides. But normally I would tell you wait until after you put the vinyl in to measure so you know exactly what the length of your sides needs to be. Which is what we're going to do with Miss Gail.
Okay, so that's squared off.
And you actually still have enough fabric left over that if you wanted to make a slightly smaller one, you could.
Yeah. Okay, so then 3 strips, so that's 9 inches, right? 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 by 22.
So I have
1, 2, 3,
5
4, 5, 6, 7,
3-inch
8.
wide strips. Miss Gail will end up with 6. And the reason why she'll have 6 and I'll have 5 is I'm using webbing
Oh,
as
that's
the
right.
handle for mine, and she's making her handle from the contrasting fabric. So what the 5 strips represent is this is for the top of the zipper. This one is for the bottom of the zipper and connects to the vinyl. This is for the bottom of the zip. Say it right. The bottom of the vinyl and connects to the bottom of the bag. Left side, right side binding. Or facing. Actually, the sides is more binding. The zipper pieces are considered more facing than bindings. And while Miss Gail is still cutting, I'm going to start to iron these pieces. And Miss Gail is actually going to iron these pieces the same way when she gets to that step. So first I'm actually going to run the iron through the piece, and I'm using again the little Cricut Mini Easy Press to pull out any wrinkles in the strip. And technically you could have ironed the fabric before you cut it, but who doesn't like to live slightly dangerously?
I don't. Well, although I am, because I would press it, but my place is a mess over there. Well, it's not really a mess. It's all in a big project box. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Let's just say I didn't have room to like clear it off. So we'll press it later. It's pressed enough. It's just been folded.
Right. And I'm just pulling out the big hard wrinkles. It's got some wrinkles in it, but again, it's from a child. If she wanted perfection, she could have made it herself.
Okay.
She knows how.
I thought she was going to be.
And by the time you finish with the stitching that goes on it, I really don't think that you're going to see. Now, don't get me wrong. If I actually was making these to sell, absolutely would I make sure that I would hit it up with the best press or some type of starch and all of those things. And occasionally my child warrants that, but sometimes not. And today I'm in a not mode.
So yeah, this is definitely something that would to do it in batch. Would definitely do the steps. Have all the steps done, because the to have all like do all the quilting and then have everything, all the other pieces cut. Then you can just do the assembly, bam, bam, bam.
You can.
One, two,
And the only
three.
reason why I didn't really have us do it that way is because it depends on the size of your vinyl window, how much you need to cut for the side. So if you chose to make this bag bigger, like again, mine is going to end up finishing roughly 20 inches long. But if you actually wanted it to be 36 inches long, that means you would have started with a longer length of fabric. Your fold up for the bottom and the top and the vinyl would be different. Or if you choose not to have the vinyl window, that would be different. But you don't know exactly how much you're going to need for the sides until you fold the sides up and do that part.
Right. But if you were doing,
If you were calculating
like
all the
if you were
wonderful
doing them
measurements
for your,
out ahead of time, yep, you would know.
if you were doing them for your website, then
Yeah.
they're all going to be the same, just
Yes.
different fabrics.
Yes.
And
you can use as many different fabrics as you want. I mean, I'm using 2. Ms. Gail is using what, 4?
3.
3?
Unless you're counting the vinyl too, then it's 4.
No, I'm not counting the vinyl. I know the first one I made it out of a jungle print felt. So the zipper was one color. The facing that went around the zipper was another color. And the sides were a third color. And I just didn't put a pocket in. So what I'm doing now is I'm taking my strips, and this part I kind of do assembly fashion. So I'm folding my 3-inch strips in half, so they should end up being 1.5. And I'm going to do that initially for all of my strips. And I'm pressing them. I should have mentioned that part. I apologize.
Okay, so I have these 3 done. And the only reason why I'm doing the third is because I'm doing a pocket. So I wanted something contrasting up against the lining.
Understand?
And so then I decided, well, let me go ahead and do the grunge, because that's what I do a lot of is that grunge.
Don't play. I adore grunge. That's like one of my favorite lines.
I always do that with the with this floral. So this is the outside fabric of my project bag, and then this is going to be like for my zipper and vinyl and handle. Wait, not handle, pocket. And then this one is my lining. This is going to be my lining fabric and my side bindings and my handle. All right. So I need my pocket, and I'm not cutting my pocket out yet, am I? Because I need to figure out how
big you want that pocket to be.
Yeah, because I do want to be able to see the lining through it, so I don't want it huge.
Well, if you're going to, and don't forget where you're placing the pocket, you can place the pocket a little bit lower down so that you can see the pocket through the window, but it doesn't take up the entire part of the window.
Yes, I don't want it because I want,
I would make the pocket not less than 9 by 9. I mean, because you also have to realize the interior of this is going to be, we should measure roughly. Yeah, so the interior of this is going to be 20 inches tall by like 23 inches wide. So having a 10-inch pocket or an 11-inch pocket, wide pocket by same measurement to make it square, you can. Or how much of that particular fabric do you have?
I have a lot. I have a lot.
Okay.
So I need to double it because I'm going to be sewing it and then stitching inside out. So this looks good. How much is this? Okay. So all right, so this piece is, I don't know, because that ruler doesn't have, it doesn't have halves. No halvesies for that one. So 10.5. So this here is 10.5 inches wide, which I could do anything. I mean, so that would be 10.5, which then comes down to 10 inches when you remove the 1/4 inch seams.
Exactly. So you can make it 10.5 inches, like 10.5 by 10.5, which would make it finish at a 10-inch square. Do you want to get a sample of roughly what you're trying to put in it to make sure that what you want to put in it on the inside, that it will hold the height and width of what it is you're attempting to put in it? Because I know you said you wanted it to hold your bling tools, I thought.
Yeah, it'll fit. Yeah, they'll fit.
Okay.
And I'll do and I'll do these instead of the big, 250, because I have empties of these, and I'll just put whatever stones I am going to be using in here. So it'll be, that.
Gotcha. Okay.
And I'll make sure. So I just have one band going across it.
Right.
I'll make sure that I have another one so that it's
one going each direction.
Especially these right here are SS6. Hear that, precious pieces? Six. Okay, never mind.
SS6, here you come.
SS6, and I can't say that when my mouth is so dry. Okay, so say I'm making a 10.5 inch square of this. Right. Okay.
So the next thing I'm doing is I'm just going to take the edges of both sides. I'm going to fold it in. I'm going to iron to the center fold that I just created, and I'm going to do that on all of the pieces that I cut. And one of the reasons why I'm doing this facing this way is if any of you have worked with vinyl, you know that vinyl will like to stick to the bed of your machine. But if you sandwich the vinyl between the two pieces of fabric and then stitch it, the vinyl doesn't stick to the bed of the machine as you're stitching, for the most part, because we're using a fairly small, sorry, my nose is itchy, piece of vinyl. If you were using a larger piece of vinyl and the vinyl started stitching to the bed of your machine as you were stitching and you don't have a Teflon foot or a rolling foot that would roll the vinyl through, the other thing I've done is wax paper or even parchment paper that I've taped to the bed of my machine with painter's tape or masking tape. And that will allow the vinyl to roll smoothly off of the bed of your machine and not stick. And I've had great success with that as well. I have used also a vinyl needle. Vinyl needles are very sharp and they create a very small hole because vinyl is very unforgiving. So if you make a mistake in vinyl, it's not like you can take it out and expect to reuse the piece. Say it correctly. You can reuse the piece. Basically, you would have to cut off the edges of where all of the stitching is and then restitch. Because once you put a hole in vinyl, there's a permanent hole in vinyl. It does not heal. And you run the risk that that hole will stretch and break. So in closing the vinyl, both edges within the two pieces of fabric will actually, I'm not going to say prevent it, but it helps reduce the fact that the edges of the vinyl will catch and you'll get holes and have all kind of vinyl issues, especially if you're using a strong enough gauge of vinyl. So what I asked Miss Gail to get from Hobby Lobby was the extra thick, the upholstery vinyl. I had a problem with one bag, like I said before earlier, and it was because I used the really thin vinyl, like the kind that you would use to cover possibly like a table or a tablecloth. That was a really thin sheet of vinyl, so it couldn't handle the stress. Plus, I didn't enclose the edges very well, so I kind of left the edges of that one free, and it didn't hold up to the stress that I put on it. And I've just been too lazy to take that particular bag apart and put the correct vinyl in. All I did was put a piece of leopard print duct tape on it because that bag is a leopard print bag, and I'm like, it'll work.
Awesome. I did see when I got my white duct tape for the slat band, I did see that they had the leopard print. And
yeah, I have the leopard print duct tape. If I see some duct tape in some kind of interesting pattern or color, I'll pick it up and have it around for random occasions when you never know when you need some duct tape.
Okay, so I still have more of this, but I am done with that. Now we get this. All right, so this is for my zipper and vinyls, those strips, and my pocket. So that is done. That's all out of the grunge.
So this is my first strip, and as you see, I've ironed it down, and it is 3/4 of an inch width of strip, which I find that I sew a lot more successfully than I sew on than a 1/2 inch. I'm not worried about trying to sandwich a 1/4 inch seam through something that's only a 1/2 inch. That math does not always compute easily for me, so doing them 3/4 of an inch works a lot better.
And what are those? Are those your facing strips?
Right, that's the side strips. This is going to be the strips for the zipper.
Oh, so yours are all the same color then? Green.
Yep, all the same color.
All right. Just Gail being extra, which is fine.
Absolutely, be extra. She didn't want extra. I'm actually surprised. Or she told me to do what I wanted to do, and I'm like, I don't want to fight with that super colorful, try to match up, because I would be the silly one to try to match up the print along the
Oh,
side
yeah.
edges so it would be continuous. And I looked at that and went, that's way too busy. Just go solid green and call it a day.
Yeah. Yeah. That is a lot of um pattern in there. Okay,
Yes.
so my okay. So out of this fabric is going to be my handle.
I
And
think you're
so,
going to want your handle to be a little bit thicker. So I would
okay,
cut your handle at a 4-inch piece
4-inch wide.
because we are going to do this all of the same way with the, you iron down the middle, you fold the raw edges in, you iron the raw edges.
Mm-hmm.
So because we're doing all of that the same way, I think you want the handle to be wider than the 3/4 of an inch.
So I'm making,
So if you
so
make it
I'm
4
making,
inches, that means the handle will fold down to 1 inch, which means your handle would be a little less than this wide.
okay, so, so 4 inches wide for that.
Then all
And
the
then,
rest of your strips need to be 3.5. I'm sorry, 3. I
I
keep
know,
saying 3.5.
but
3.
I wrote it down as 3. Okay,
Yep,
so,
3.
all right. So the length of my handle,
You're gonna cut the half width of your fabric, right? Because we're using the other half of the fabric from that you cut down, right?
yeah, and I haven't cut anything from that. So this is a whole half of a piece of
Right.
fabric.
So you're gonna cut a 3-inch strip from that piece, or you're gonna cut a 4-inch strip for your handle of that piece, and that's also gonna be your sides, correct?
Correct.
And
So I
then you're
need
gonna cut 2 3-inch pieces from that. So, yep.
the length of it
No, the width of it.
this way.
Yes.
Okay. 20. Oh, okay. So this is the selvage. So without the
Yep.
selvage,
From
22
selvage to the
exactly.
center cut, you want a 3-inch piece. Or you want 2 3-inch pieces and 1 4-inch piece.
Okay. We're not worried about the length of it. We're just cutting the width. We're worried about the
Correct.
width. Okay, gotcha. I am with you now. It's still Monday over here.
Yes, it is definitely still Monday. For me, it is 9:45.
Dinner time.
Uh-oh, then we better hurry up.
No. Oh no. I ate. Girl, my family they did a surprise birthday party. Because my remember I said, yeah, one way to surprise somebody is have a party in a month that their birthday's not.
Definitely a surprise, but a good one.
Yeah. It was because my great grandson was leaving to go back where, his summer vacation's over. I definitely need to like iron this first. So he was leaving and he's not going to be here for my birthday. So,
Did you cut your vinyl piece already, or are you going to cut that a little later?
no, I can cut it now.
Right. Don't forget you're cutting that at 7.5. And we're cutting the vinyl at 7.5 to account for the 1/4-inch seams we're going to sew on, or the roughly 1/4-inch seams that we're going to sew on either side. I say roughly because it depends on how far into the little facing pieces she shoves the vinyl.
All right. I need directional instructions again. So here's my vinyl. Am I going 7.5 inches like this from end into it, or 7.5 inches this way?
Nope, 7.5 inches the other way.
From hand to hand.
Yes.
Okay.
Because it needs to be 7.5 by the width of the vinyl. Even though that's longer than what you need, you will cut the excess off and be able to use it on another piece or on another project.
She gave me extra because this was all messed up down here. Okay.
And then the part that's messed up is not the part you don't have to, we can make sure that part is on the edge so it gets cut off.
Yeah, because you had me get a third, so she gave me more than a third, and it's what, 60 inches wide or whatever.
Yeah. And so you got to think we only need like 20 inches of the 60. Again, you'll have enough vinyl to make a whole nother bag.
Oh yeah,
and then still have vinyl left over for any other vinyl project you may choose to do. I keep scraps of vinyl because you never know. I know your embroidery machine is down, but I took a class where we were making a little summer wall hanging out of embroidery. And it was, the blocks were like 4x4. And one of the designs was like a glass of lemonade. So I used the clear vinyl on top of a piece of yellow fabric to make it look like it was like a real glass that we had the lemonade one. And I used a piece of scrap.
And I told you about the tea bag holder.
Oh, yes. And if you're wondering, with my little mini press, I have it on the hottest setting because that's just who I am. And I have one of those cutting board, that's a cutting board on one side and an ironing station on the other side. And when Madame Joanne's was going out of business, I kind of bought more than one of those. So we have one to travel with, and then we have one that we can keep on the iron side and one that we can keep on the cut side that you can put at your station. And I mean me and my daughter, we shared the crafting spaces.
Okay, I don't think I cut this right.
Why?
Because so I cut it.
Check to see if it will fit the length of your bag.
I cut it.
You cut it widthwise, not lengthwise.
Yeah. Yeah.
Check to see if is it too short?
So.
But the bag should go the other way. Yeah, the bag, yeah. So see if it fits the width of that way. Oh, got you. You're right. So nope, you're going to need to cut a new piece.
It's fine. There's plenty. Okay, so let me just kind of.
So you're cutting a 7.5 inch piece by the width of the vinyl. And then we're going to cut that piece down. Yeah, okay, so here's the thing about that. When she was younger, I was like, idle hands, we're going to have to do some things. And so if she remotely expressed an interest, oh yeah, I forgot one of the things I do that I didn't mention earlier, crochet. So crochet was the first thing I was taught how to do. I was taught to crochet when I was 8. She expressed the interest when she was 8. So I kept teaching her to crochet starting when she was 8. It finally took to her when she was in her 20s. But yeah, so we started crocheting. I crocheted and I had sewn. And so as she got older, she wanted to wear clothes that she thought were cute that we couldn't find in the store in her size. So I told her we needed to sew. And then I also was like, well, if you want to wear them, then you need to sew them. So I taught her how to sew. She was the one that managed to suck me into the jewelry making. One of my good friends, she was a creative memories consultant. So she got us both into scrapbooking. So when she was 12, we started scrapbooking. She was the one that got us into card making. And offshoot to me from the scrapbooking. She got us sucked into jewelry making. She was the one that sucked us into quilting and also making bags. So I'll come up with something and we'll do it, and then she'll come up with something and we'll do it. And I am because Miss Gail's night owl crafting is totally straight up my alley. I am such a night owl, and it's so much great to be a night owl and be a retired night owl. So there are a ton of things that I would start doing like late in the evening. And I'm one of those people that I need to have all of the things for the projects because Walmart's here closed now, especially since COVID. So you can't run out to Walmart and pick something up. So I would make sure that I had whatever I needed in the daytime. So when I would start crafting at night, I could have all of the stuff. So if there's a craft that has something, trust and believe, and I'm doing it, I probably have all of the things in multiple colors. And the fact that she and I both craft means we have to have duplicates of things. Because of course, right when I want to use something, she wants to use it too. And then my little happy Leo frustrations like, mine, okay, fine, I'll just buy another one. Or my happy little Capricorn will be like, I can't find mine, but I know you know where yours is. Let me use yours. And then I'm like, where is it? Give it back. Okay, let me just go get another one. And don't touch it.
All right. So here's my extra piece.
So we got it. We got it now. It's going to fit the width of what we need, right?
Yeah, I made sure that I had 22, so I cut a 22-inch piece, and then I cut that down.
Okay.
I cut a 7.5-inch tall piece from that. And then, so now
So you already cut your pocket. You have your vinyl cut.
Here's my, yep, I have my vinyl. I have my strips for my zipper, I have to press this other fabric for my side
And for your handle.
and the handle. Because it's just too wrinkled to get a nice cut.
Which I get. And see, Miss Gail is good because a lot of times I will cut wrinkled fabric and then I'll iron it, which I know is backwards. I know you should iron it and then cut it, but I will cut it and then iron it. And then if I need to, I'll cut it again, only because I prefer ironing smaller pieces versus bigger pieces.
Yeah, and I'll pull out, as you saw, the ironing board when I have a bigger piece to iron.
I get it. But it also depends on how lazy I am about the project.
You see what I'm doing? This is my heat press. This is
I get it.
I use that as like an ironing board. I just figured out what that is.
The Cricut mini press.
Right.
Yeah. Many babies beeping at me. Oh, you haven't used me yet. Which isn't true. I've been using it. But after we iron all of these pieces, not going to need the iron anymore. I have one last piece to do.
Okay. So 2.
Two, 3 inches wide.
And we're doing the 22-inch. Okay, so from salvage to the torn edge that we did, I'm cutting the 3-inch. Okay.
Right. You're cutting 2 at 3 inches and 1 at 4. Anybody got any questions for me? Or are we so far so good?
Okay, so 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, this is my handle. This is my spout. One, two, three, 15, 16. Oops.
And what I'm doing right now is I am actually dry fitting the zipper into the facing because
1,
my
2,
zipper is
3.
longer than the facing.
And your daughter got the pull on, correct?
Yeah.
Okay.
What I'm looking for off to the side is we discovered that when the machines are placed on a table with a piece of fabric under it, it deadens the vibration and deadens the sound that some of the machines make. So when I initially had pins in the bigger piece of fabric to show where I wanted my vinyl, I plucked those pins out and put them in this fabric that's here. And actually the fabric that's here is technically a table runner. So I'm just over here looking for where I stuck the pins in the table runner at.
Oh.
And yeah, I have clips, but on certain things, sometimes I just prefer pins.
Okay. We're doing 1/4 inch seams on all of this, right?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. I'm gonna mark them because I don't have my 1/4 inch.
You don't have a 1/4 inch foot?
No, I got one, but then the needle is hitting.
Oh, that's right. You were telling me that.
So say, oh, I'm just gonna. So for the strips, I just need to worry about the sides, correct? 1/4 inch seam on the sides. I don't have to worry about the bottom part yet.
Right. So yeah, you're not going to worry about the bottom part yet.
I was thinking about that. Was like, how are we going to finish that? But I know you're going to show me. But
Yep. Actually, what we're going to do is we're going to fold it up 1/4 inch on the top and bottom. That's why you want the sides to be a little bit longer than what the bag is, so that you can just you'll fold the top piece down, start to stitch, and then I wait till I get to the bottom, and then I can see how much I need to cut off before I fold up the bottom piece. So the other thing I'm going to do is
okay, hold on.
No worries. So you have your
I have
2
to sit
3
down
inch
because
pieces.
I was going all wrong about it. I was gonna do a 1/4 inch hem on this, but this is where we do the fold in half,
Mm-hmm.
and then so this is the side strip. Wait.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, these are the sides.
Mm-hmm.
So we're doing folded in half and then fold in half. So we're doing the triple thing on
Yes.
all of these strips, correct?
Correct.
The only thing I need to be concerned about a 1/4 inch seam is the pocket. So let me go ahead and draw my 1/4 inch. So this is the side seam. Well, it's different than my other one. And then this one, I folded in half. This is my handle. And this is my zipper. And this is the zipper stuff. This is my pocket. Okay.
Right. And the reason why on the majority of these pieces, we are not worrying about the side or the edges being finished, is because these are going to be caught up in the binding when we go to stitch the binding on the side.
Yeah.
So that's why the vinyl piece can have a rough edge. The zipper piece can have a rough edge because it's going to get caught up into the side binding pieces. So the only things that we're going to be concerned about having a finished edge are the side pieces and the handle, but we're going to account for her handle piece when we get there.
Yeah.
Which will be not too long after she irons. So what I'm doing now is for the vinyl, I'm taking the piece that I previously ironed, I'm opening it up, and I'm actually shoving the whole piece of vinyl all the way in, and then I am clipping it. I'm clipping it because you don't want to put holes in your vinyl using pins. And I'm going to do that to the top and bottom edges of my vinyl. And I do know that the vinyl piece is longer than this piece, but that's okay. After we get the vinyl piece stitched in and we stitch the sides down, that's when we're going to cut off the excess of the vinyl.
Okay, so I can pull my machine back up here.
You can pull your machine back up after, like you're ironing at a separate area. So yeah, after you get all your cutting done, you can pull your machine back up.
Oh, that stretch feels good.
And I'm going to enclose both pieces of the vinyl the exact same way. So I'm also making sure that I start because the one side is longer than the other, I want to make sure that when I enclose the vinyl, I enclose it on the exact same side so that when I go to stitch it down, I start in the correct spot.
Thank you, Jessie. Okay, so let me rethink my pocket. So
Are you putting a piece of interfacing on the pocket?
thank you. I was just thinking about that, and I go, oh yeah, I remember she said to do
One
a
side.
half piece of that.
Yep. So she's going to use a regular piece of interfacing SF101 on one side of the pocket. And it's going to be the piece of the pocket that's going to be
not up against the
right, not up against the.
So it would be the outer
right, the outer piece when she turns it inside out.
Yeah, the piece that's facing the window.
Correct. So basically she's going to put the interfacing on one half of the piece She's going to put both of the pieces right sides together. She's going to stitch a 1/4 inch seam around 3 edges, but she's going to leave an opening so that she can turn the piece right side out. She's going to iron that down, and then she's going to top stitch along the top edge.
Hey, Gretchen. She says, so far, so good. Her dot is the same color as Jesse's, so I thought that was Jesse saying that. So I need to get my SF 101.
Now, if Miss Gail had wanted to be a smidge extra, she could have used single-sided fusible interfacing or single-sided fusible fleece. And then after she's turned the piece out, she could have quilted on it.
No.
Yeah, just an idea for you. You know that upcharge thing, you know, extra. You know, like if you were going to sell that and take pre-orders, theoretically, if you had your embroidery machine, you could put a monogram in the middle of that pocket. Just an idea. So all I'm doing is cutting the excess edge of my vinyl off while I'm waiting for Miss Gail. And I'm cutting it off based on the little facing piece that I clipped on that I know is too long, and we're going to trim down the edge a little more. But I'm just hedging my bet about what may or may not stick to the bed of this machine. It shouldn't stick, but the less I have, the better off we are.
All right. I find
Didn't ask Miss Gail where she was disappearing to.
you know what?
The SF-101.
When I had because I keep everything organized. And so when I put this where I just now found it, I said, oh, I better, you know, I'm not going to remember. I put it there. So I almost so I have a cube where all my stuff goes, and it's right. It's all for the embroidery, but this could go in there too. So I was looking in my project boxes that I have, and it's not in there. And I'm like, what did I use that for last? And then as I was walking back in here, there it is. So anyway, so I found it, and it will go in the proper place next time, so that I'm not going to be okay. I am sweating up a storm, so I just let me turn some of these lights off. I just turned the air conditioning down a bit. Okay, so
As
I'm
you
going.
said that, yes, we are
Yes, we are what?
sweating up a storm.
Yeah.
And I need to find the charge for this particular fan.
So I really don't need 10 and a half. Well, let me just go do 10 and a half by 10 and a half, because then I don't have to like fiddle. But if I did a 10-inch square, then that would cover my, no, because I need to have it go all the way up. Let me just not overthink right now. Because you got it in my head about the quilted thing. So I definitely need to make another one, because if I'm going to offer on my website, if I'm going to offer a quilted pocket, I have to have an example of a quilted pocket.
You're saying I gave you an extra idea? Is that what you're telling me?
I'm saying that you should have told me that when I had time to do it, because now I'm not going to do it, because I already used a lot of time doing the diamond. So for me to have an example of it, I need to make another one.
Gotcha.
With it.
Oh, that breeze is right perfect.
We don't get breezes. We get wind, but we don't.
No, I turned on the little fan and I have it angled perfectly. Oh. And so this little breeze is right perfect.
Yeah, and my little fan that I have to have on my hard drive, the battery, it's charging, so I have it plugged into my computer, which when I tried it before, it didn't work like that. And so I'm grateful that it is working like that now. All right, so I don't have room to cut a 10 and a half inch square. I have to go to this end. Okay. I'm so happy your friend is here.
Yes.
Although we are all your friends too.
Well, thank you.
Like Bondit says, it's like when you get that channel going, we're all going to be here for you.
Thank you. We'll get it going.
Yep.
I'll make her throw a date at me and we'll go from there.
So when you did card making, did you do rubber stamping, did you say?
Yeah, we have rubber stamps. And one of the reasons that I started with the Cricut was to put embellishments in the scrapbooks and then do embellishments on the cards. And that way I wouldn't have to buy stamps. I could just do the cards. And then I got a scanning cut because we were buying stamps and I was like, oh, I can use the scanning cut. And then I don't have to get the dies to cut the images for the stamps. I can just scan the image in and go from there. And I have the very first scanning cut that they came out with. And to do that type of thing, you had to make sure that the edges were very dark, that it was very black, so that when you scanned it in, it knew that's what it needed to cut, not the interior.
Oh.
So we actually, went from using that to buying die cutting machines. So HSN saw me coming, and so did Crafter's Companion and Anna Griffin and Sizzix and Tonic and all of the places. Plus, at that time, we actually had 5 local scrapbook stores. And now we're actually, as far as I know, down to 1 local scrapbook store that's still in town. So every now and then I'll go over there, I'll visit. But I do a lot of stuff with stamps and dies, and cut with the Cricut, cut with the Gemini, cut stuff with the Big Shot, with the Diamond Press, because gosh forbid they make a cutter and I actually don't have a new toy to play with. So yeah. So, and that was how the coloring thing kind of started. My daughter got into doing inky backgrounds. So initially she was using Memento inks, and then she switched to the Tim Holtz Distress inks, and then we got into the alcohol. I was the one that started with the alcohol coloring. That was a Crafter's Companion and an HSN thing. So we started doing that, got into Copics, got into using pencils. So yeah, just Gretchen got me a set of Sharpies one year for, I believe it was my birthday. It could have been Christmas. And yep, I used those to color with too. So yeah, paper day, I just depends on who's on YouTube, what paper project I'm doing, or what's in my head on paper day, what I decide to do. Yeah, this last HSN craft day saw me coming, sort of. I actually was good. I resisted the urge. There were quite a few things, but I'm trying to, how often am I going to use it? Can I do it more than once or more than twice? Is it something I can make for multiple people? Because since I've been retired especially, we make our own Christmas cards. So before I retired, I made Christmas cards every other year, and my daughter and I, we took turns about designing what the Christmas card is. So this year it's her turn to decide what the design of the Christmas card is. So we come up with a design, and then I attempt to execute, and we refine the execution from the original idea, because sometimes I can be very grandiose, and then the execution of making that many cards gets to be too much. So you got to refine it down, do tests of it, and then we take turns doing elements. And normally about October, that's when I start switching to let's do Christmas card mode. Plus, if Gretchen and I decide to do a craft show, we tend to do a craft show in October at the beginning of the holiday season. So, then now is the time of year we start working on holiday crafts, that kind of thing, that we may be putting in the show.
That sounds fun. And my family here, they're not into projects. I'd make them cards. When I lived in California, I'd make them cards and send it to them. And oh, we really don't do that. It's like, so anyway, yeah.
I've got quite a few people that look forward to whatever card concepts that we come up with new in the year. And at one point, one of my cousins, she actually commissioned me to make her a special set of Christmas cards for like a group of 10 special ladies that she had. And so I would come up with different designs for her cards versus the cards that Kendra and I would give out. So they were completely different, but I would do a set of cards for her as well. And then I would ship them. I would try to ship them off to her so that she would have them by Thanksgiving or no later than the middle of December, just, depending on what other crafts and things we're working on or how long it took me to execute the design in my mind's eye.
Yeah, I worked with Stampin' Up for
Got some of those too. Yep.
10 years.
Got some close to my heart. Although I always like Stampin' Up a little bit better than close to my heart. Their style was a little bit more my style. But I must admit, I haven't met a shiny paper that I didn't like. Which is another reason why I think Rhinestones is like so far up my alley, because it's up my shiny, glittery heart.
Yeah. All right, so I'm going to go ahead and do a 1/4 inch, draw a 1/4 inch on here. Just so I don't have to do a washi tape. Oh, it's raining. I'm like, I hear something. No, it's just it's
Just
not
like the
like
other
it.
day, I hope.
No. That made me jump. And so yeah, I did a project where I drew on the interfacing, and I'm like, oh, that is so much easier than trying, because I can follow that line versus try and do that. Okay, so I'm not sewing there.
No,
That's
your outside edge, so you're not going to sew there until you turn it inside out and you top stitch that top edge.
Yeah, because that's
so you're going to sew down the side and across the bottom.
This is the top of my
both
pocket.
Sides, right? And you're going to leave the opening so that you can turn it inside out.
Marilyn, we had yesterday we had the rain, and it was a really bad storm. It came crashing in. I thought a semi truck ran into somebody's house, and then our power went out while we were online. We got on StreamYard, but not live. All right, so I'm gonna do. All right.
Did you mark where you were leaving your opening at so you know where to stop your stitching?
Yeah, I'm trying to decide if I want it down at the bottom or on the side.
I would do it on the bottom because when you turn it inside out and you stitch the pocket down, it's a lot easier to catch up in that bottom seam.
Okay, so then I just need to go.
And I don't know if you want to mark that with clips or with pins so you know how long you want, or a pin so you know how big you want to keep that opening.
I always leave it too small, but I always get it turned.
I get you. When I make tote bags, because I use the very stiff Pellon, I tend to do the same thing. I try to leave an opening that's the width of my hand, but I tend to forget. And then when I go to turn the bag inside out, I'm like, eh. But I realize because I'm stitching it through the lining that I can catch up that seam and call it a day.
Ready. Let's go, girls.
So for this particular pocket, she's just going to stitch a 1/4 inch seam around the bottom up the one side. And then she's going to go down the, either stitch the bottom up the other side or flip it the other way. Normally, when you're stitching like this, you want to keep the bulk of your project to the left of your bed, so you're not bunching the core of your project in up underneath the throat plate, especially if you don't have the big throat plate and have a lot of room over there.
So when I came to the corner, it was going to be more than a 1/4 inch, so I dropped my stitch length down to a 1. And then, I mean, not a 1. I dropped it down to a 0, and so that it would just take a little bitty teeny one to get me right in that corner so I can pivot. Good night, Rosalind.
Oh, good night.
It's still at a 1. Remember to turn it back up to a 3. It's like the itty bitty little. And even though I'm done with this seam guide, I just always leave it in there because it's just easier for me to move it out of my way instead of having to take it out and then put it back in. Because it is a tight fit, and
Understand.
my arthritis in my wrists just are not happy with all the pressure I'm putting on them. That one is perfect. Okay, then what I do
Don't forget to clip your corners.
is then I go ahead and I use the pinking shears along the edges. Just a little trim. Yeah, I'll get the corner. And not here. You need that. You need this here to iron, to press underneath. All right. So you were saying an option is not this interfacing, but some batting, right?
Right. So if you use the single-sided fusible fleece instead of the double, so it gives you some loft. You could have put the fleece down. You could have embroidered the design on the inside, stitched the pocket down, turned it inside out, and then attached the pocket to the bag and placed the pocket in such a way that the center of the pocket is visible in the window. So the monogram shows through, or whatever design you placed on the pocket shows through.
Okay. So could you scale designs?
Mhm. Or since your sketch is down, you could do vinyl. You could, use your Cricut and cut out something in HTV that you put on the pocket or even on the back of the bag.
Yeah. But I mean, but you were saying before, the quilting, doing the quilting.
Right. Or you could quilt on top of it. Yeah. There are endless arrays of options. One year I made Gretchen, myself, and my daughter tote bags. And I put in rhinestones, I put our favorite football teams. And so the football team was in rhinestones. And it's on like a regular tote bag that we carry around with stuff.
Oh, so they weren't the clear ones.
No, they were fabric. It wasn't fusible fleece. It was the single-sided. I call it stiffy stuff because it's a very hard Pellon. It's meant for bag making to add stiffness to the sides and let the sides of your bag stand up freestanding. I have some, but I don't have the paper that tells you what the number is on it. But if you work with it, it's almost like a corrugated cardboard. It's really, really stiff, but you can stitch through it. So one side of the bag, the lining has the extra stiff Pellon on it, and then the outside is regular interfacing. It's in 2 colors. If you hold on a minute, I can go get Kendra's because hers is not that far away. my child is a Packer fan. So as you can see, hers is Packers. So I stitched her name at the top.
Very
So I stitched each of
cool.
our names at the top. I put Packers in the yellow neon, the straight yellow neon, and then I did the fan and the football, and I
Oh, and look
made
at
the
the
shoe in
shoes.
rhinestones as well with the, it wasn't the winter green. I forget what color the green I used in this particular stone. So Kendra's is the low top. Gretchen's is the high top, and mine is the high heel shoe. And so I made each of the three of us, but I don't know if you see how this bag will just, it stands up on its own, and it's because
Okay.
it has the extremely stiff
Okay.
Pellon in it, and so that's what gives the fact that it can stand up like this on its own. And so one of these days, if Miss Gail is interested, I can show her how to do this one. It's, I mean, the construction of this bag, it's, as you see, it's two colors. And what I normally do on the inside of the bag is I will make, how you see this little part right here is one color. Normally, I will make the lining this color. I'll invert the colors, so I'm using all of the fabric. And
Okay.
this is a half yard of two fabrics, and that includes the handle. The bottom is a box bottom. But yeah, it stands up on its own. It does its own
Cool.
little thing.
Yeah. Because I'm from the Midwest, and so my twin brother, he's Packers fan, which now his wife is. She was funny because she had no idea that, because I don't understand why he's watching the game when they were dating, when it's not even his team, and it's like, oh, this one's not going to last long. But he got her to go to a game. He got her to go to a game because he goes live, and then she fell in love with everything about it. And so then at the next game she went to, he proposed, but they had been dating for a long time.
Oh,
And
wow.
I mean, many years. So
Right. So Kendra's is Packers, mine is Raiders, Gretchen's is Steelers. So, you know.
Good girl, Gretchen.
So yeah, we each have, like I said, one of those with the rhinestone on it. And I actually made some, and I actually sold some. I took orders for a couple of those. That way, if someone wanted the name embroidered on that particular area, I could do that. But I also made some that were just base colors and put the rhinestones in the team colors. And obviously, the more personalized it is, the more it costs. And I didn't do the rhinestones on both sides of the bag. I only did it on the one side. But I mean, technically, you could bling both sides of the bag if you wanted to.
Yeah, I would only do one because then the other one is up against your body.
Right.
Either side.
Right. And the handle on that can be adjustable. You can make the handle on that longer than what I did. And basically that handle is my favorite with the fabric.
Yep. So on my pocket on here, I did the 1/4 inch up at the top, and then I did, 1/8 of an inch and then 1/4 of an inch. Just, so I'm going to do that just for the top.
Gotcha.
To give it a little extra support up there. I would say you would sell that bag for over $100, right?
Yes, absolutely.
All right, so my pocket is ready. So I just top stitched it and did a 1/4 inch up at the top. And then I'm just noticing they're not even saying that it's not even saying that.
No, I hope I haven't bored people.
All right, so then all of the rest of this is going to be folded in half. All of these are going to be done the same.
Yes, ma'am. All of it's going to be done the same. So I don't know if you want to start with the handle pieces first, because that is actually technically the next pieces that should be getting sewn on.
Okay, this is the handle. These are the sides. And these are the zippers.
Oh, you guys are very welcome. What you working on?
Marilyn could be editing.
Or actually, I should be saying thank you for her, Gail, letting me come on with her and showing her how to do this project.
Well, thank you so much for coming on.
You are very welcome.
Get your debut in. Of being live. And your daughter got to help out with trying to get a camera set up.
True. And don't forget about the foot debacle.
The who?
The foot when I needed her to
Oh
screw
yeah,
the screw in.
yeah. When you said foot, I was thinking of
The presser foot.
yeah, not the
Again,
press.
that's
I
what happens
wasn't
when you
thinking of
use
the
a machine
pressure
that's
press.
not yours.
Yeah, I was thinking of the one you put a shoe on.
Where did you get those gloves? Did they come with the heat press?
No, Heat Press Nation.
Ah,
Where I got my sublimation printer from.
gotcha. Okay, Miss Marilyn, Valentine's quilt. I see you getting a jump ahead. Now waiting till the last minute.
Valentine's quilt.
Yeah, that's what she said she was working on while she was listening or watching.
Did you and Patrice finish the other quilt? I know she can't. I know you can't work on your quilt. I know you can't work on that one until Patrice comes back. They were doing like 2 or 3 squares a night.
Miss Gill, while you're doing that ironing, I need to excuse myself for a few minutes and I will be right back.
Okay. There's the handle. The winter one, Marilyn, you still have some more blocks to do for that one. Yeah, all of those blocks that you've been doing and Patrice are looking so good. Wish I could do that. Ooh.
How you doing over there, Miss Gail? I'm back.
Okay. I just kept going with the rest of the straps. I didn't know how I was going to do the end for the handle.
Oh, and I should say good morning to everybody that's still with us in your time zone, because you are well into your morning over there now.
What time is it?
It is 1 your time now.
Yeah, 1:02.
Oh, you must be East Coast, Jesse.
Yeah, Jesse's East Coast. Maryland is Central.
Ah.
Stacy is Central. Of course, if Stephanie from Detroit is still here, she's East Coast.
Right. Okay. Well,
Bonded
thanks
is,
for hanging out with us still, Jesse, and everybody.
yeah, Bonded and Q, they're East Coast. But who knows what Bonded is right now because she's out in the ocean.
Right.
Yeah, there's Stephanie. She's still here. 2 a.m.
All right, Stephanie.
Maryland's also, I mean, not Maryland, Picture Me Crafting is also Michigan, and but she already went to bed.
Right.
I don't know what happened, but oh, now it's back. Okay. We've been live 3 hours and 28 minutes, and there's 24 watching.
Well, thank you everyone for still watching. I promise after you make the first one, the rest of them come out a lot faster.
Oh, yeah. And like I said, it's like when I do this again, and then if I'm doing like multiples,
Mhm.
I'll on big one, I'll just get everything cut out. I do all the prep, get everything cut out, and then the next thing would be just to get everything quilted. That may take 2 days depending on how many I have to do. Especially if I'm doing diamond quilting. And then from there, after that, it's just pure assembly, right?
Absolutely.
I got a little fancy idea. I have some fancy ideas in my mind.
Yeah, because you can do fancy stitching down the sides to close up them handles if you wanted to.
And then also along the zipper, a decorative stitch.
You could, yeah. If you're going to do fancy stitching along the zipper, I would make the zipper facings just a little bit wider so that you can catch the zipper up and still show off the stitching. Because don't forget, these facing pieces can technically be as wide as you want them to be.
Right.
I just like the look of the 3/4 inch over the 1/2 inch. So that's why I make them wider than the normal like 2.5 inch biting that folds down and ends up being a 1/2 inch. I like a little bit more pops of color to be shown. And like I said, it helps. You can take a little bit deeper of a seam than a 1/4 inch seam if you're not very accurate with your 1/4 inch stitching. And I did put the 1/4 inch foot on this machine, but when we get to the zipper, obviously I'm going to switch to the zipper foot. And when it's time to sew the facings and stuff on, I'm actually going to be using the regular foot. I may do a stitch width or a needle adjustment to shift the needle over a little bit. But for the most part, it's a 1/4 inch seam all the way. Which pieces you got? Are you doing the facing pieces or the sides right now?
This is the side.
All right.
Should I press those now, or should I just sit down and relax my back?
Sit down and relax your back. We're not going to need them for a little bit anyway, so you can sit down and relax your back. You've already ironed your handle piece, correct?
Yeah, it's on the sewing machine.
Okay. So all you need to do is stitch down the side of each edge a 1/4 inch.
I'll be right back.
No worries.
I left all these lights on out here and it's bothering me.
Uh-oh.
Because it's adding heat to the house.
Got you.
No, it's comical in here. All right. Oh my gosh. So these are all my zipper thingies, zipper cover thingies. Obviously, my mouth doesn't want to speak. Okay. So
quarter
what am
inch seam
what am I
down the
doing with
left
these?
and the right side. I start on the fold, stitch that, and then I'll go to the edge and stitch that.
Really? You don't stitch the edges first?
Mm-mm.
You
The
do the
reason why I
fold.
don't stitch the edges first is if I don't want the iron fold to come off if I misalign the stitch. It's easier to, for me, it's easier to, if I misalign or I stitch the outside edge off, it's easier to smooth it out and then stitch
Okay.
down the other edge.
Okay, because then
So
you can
I always start, I personally start with the fold and work my way out.
Okay. Yeah, that makes sense because then you can like tuck in if it's.
Yep.
Okay.
So to me, it's easier to fix any stitching boo-boos. Oh, that's what I was going to ask you. On your sole plate, do you have the markings for like the quarter inch, the half inch, the 5/8 of an inch?
Yeah. So it doesn't have a quarter. It has 3/8, half, 5/8, and 3/4.
So from the center position of your needle to the outside edge of that presser foot should be a quarter of an inch.
It's 3/8.
So you have to do a needle shift adjustment to do the. So then your 3/8 inch mark is right on the outside edge of where that presser foot is.
Yeah. So if I put the project on the inside, if I put it in here.
So if you use the inside edge of the presser foot, that's a quarter of an inch.
If I use the outside,
that's 3/8.
No.
No.
If I do like this, if I have the project this way, this is a quarter inch. Let me show you, because it's not a quarter inch. I don't even know if you can see.
No, because you're off to the, keep coming.
Yeah. Yeah, just
okay. Wait. You're right.
Okay. So
okay.
See the skinny part?
Yeah, that's a quarter of an inch. But that's on the left side. From the center of the needle.
Yeah. And see how it's an oval, the hole is an oval? The needle is over here.
Right.
By the skinny part.
Right.
That's why I say, it's like when I injured my right leg, I had to learn how to drive the sewing machine left foot with my left foot.
Right.
And
I actually do that. I was instructed to do that by the person that sold me my sewing machine. And the reason why she said you do that is if you have a machine that has a needle lift, you use your right leg to play with the needle lift, but you drive with the left. So I actually can do both feet.
Yeah, so that's how this one is.
Okay.
And so I ordered the 1/4 inch, but then
Doesn't fit because of where your needle hole placement is.
yeah. So I don't know if
There's a way to shift your needle. We just got to figure it out.
okay. So that's why I do the washi tape.
No worries. Yeah, I get it. We bought a while ago. We bought some tape that's like washi tape that has the markings for the 1/4 inch.
Oh,
And
okay.
so you can place it on a machine. I have it. It covers the top part of the bobbin, but it shows me where the center needle placement is. And then it has a 1/4 inch on either side of that marking. And we took that tape not only across the top of the bobbin cover, but also used it on the table, the bed of the sewing machine, so that you can line stuff up. And if you were doing like half square triangles or something like that, and you needed that 1/4 inch mark, you could use it there. Kendra hasn't done that to her machine, but Kendra has extra special features on her machine where she doesn't have to do that.
So I'm going to use the 1/8 inch because I like it around. Do you do a 1/4? Do you just do one? You do a 1/4 inch?
So I do one. Actually, technically, I do 3 stitches. I do a 1/4 inch from the left. I do a 1/4 inch, say it right, 1/4 inch from the left edge, a 1/4 inch from the right edge, and then I'll do one straight down the center after I've stitched the 2 sides.
Yeah, I try to do that. It doesn't exactly go in the middle.
Thank you.
What's black SUV? The marine is beautiful. Black SUV. Sorry. Black SUV. And the white car. And I'm mostly.
Sorry, my daughter. She went to do an ice cream run.
Nice.
Thank you. The whole time. I forgot a Smith was the book. It is.
I'm not sure if you heard that little tantrum that she just did.
No, I didn't.
Oh, okay. So we don't live that far from a Dairy Queen. And forgive me, I'm going to be eating my ice cream while we're waiting for Miguel. But I live in the neighborhood where things close at reasonable hours, even though I have night out tendencies. And so she thought, okay, she can run to 7-Eleven because the 7-Eleven is in the same square as the Dairy Queen, but apparently the 7-Eleven had no ice cream. So she ended up going across the street to the grocery store because the grocery store was still open and got some Ben and Jerry's from there.
So what kind is it?
Cherries Garcia, Ben and Jerry's. That's what she got me. I'm not sure what she got. She didn't say what she picked up for herself. Mm-hmm. So just another thought for you, Miss Gail. On the next one, if you wanted to get extra fancy, you do the straight stitches down the side, and then you do one of them decorative stitches down the middle of that handle.
Yeah. I know. I
And then
keep
it doesn't
looking.
matter if it's totally straight in between because it's one of those fancy decorative stitches in the middle.
Yeah.
So
I
are you
keep looking
gonna
at them.
are you gonna do another stitch like an eighth of an inch away from the stitching you just did, or are you happy with the 2 sets of stitches you did?
I've just finished one.
Okay. I'm sorry, I thought you did the other one. I was watching, but I wasn't. I admit I've been like stuck into the ice cream since I opened it.
I get a bag of the dark chocolate Hershey Kisses and keep those in the bottom drawer in the fridge
Oh,
just to grab one when I want something sweet. I
I
mean, you
hear.
know, dark chocolate is not very sweet, but it's
Right.
satisfying, and it's a good chocolate to you know, it's not gonna. The doctor said that if you're gonna binge on chocolate, let it be dark chocolate, you know,
Right.
because then it doesn't mess with your cholesterol.
Okay.
But going, you know, as good as I can get, you know, sugar free, it really doesn't. Good night, Jesse. And again, prayers for your family.
Absolutely. Good night. Thank you for coming.
See, you know, I'm lining this up, and it's I can put this right. I can center this presser foot right in between these 2 stitches.
Hmm.
But the thing is that my needle is to the left. It's not in the center. When I
Right.
moved it over to 1 where it's the buttonhole stitch, the needle is in the center, but it's a zigzag stitch. It's because it's
Ah,
for the,
because it's for the buttonhole.
yeah.
Do you not have like dials across the top of the machine to
Yeah.
adjust your length and your width?
So this one on the right, oh, so the one on the right, it shows straight stitches.
Right.
The one in the
And
middle shows width. And then the other one is tension. I'm pretty sure the other one is tension.
What happens when you move the
You know what?
zigzag one?
No, when I move the width one,
Okay.
it moves it to the middle. When I said, oh, you know, because these diagrams, there's these ovals and it shows like, and then there's a dot in the oval and one dot is in the right end of the oval. Then the other one is in the middle of the oval and the other is on the left of the oval. So I just moved this. I had it on 5 and now I moved it to 3. And the needle is now in the center.
Mm-hmm.
Now, let me check this out. Now, maybe with it being in the center, let me check this out. If it's the end of I bet you that's what's going to happen now. If I put this up against the edge, the right edge of the presser foot, with the needle
Right.
in the middle, it should be 1/4 of an inch.
It should be.
Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Or
Well, having me explore that. That's
yeah,
a
you
1/4.
just gotta push a button and see what happens.
That's 1/4 of an inch. I figured that inch just
Now, if you put that
um
strap back in and you
the center.
stitch, you
Yeah,
should be stitching straight down the center, right?
correct. As long as I keep the edges of the presser foot straight down there. Let's see. Of course not. I always hang on to the ends of the fabric and I mean the thread, and I didn't this time, and so it came. Or did it? Yes, it did. We have sonic right walking distance. Not that I would walk, but I order ahead and just pick. I
Pick it
order
up.
ahead and then just pick it up. I use the app and then you get points and. Come on. You can do it. Alrighty, let's get this. I'm gonna hang on to the thread system.
Not a problem.
Alrighty.
I want you to cut that selvage edge off of that handle.
But it was looking so pretty.
I know, but we don't want that white there. So this part is probably going to be about close to bulky. You are going to take that end of the handle piece. You're going to fold it up about a 1/2 inch and stitch across it. Yep.
I know, I just wanted, because it's 2 different threads, so I wanted to.
Be consistent. Gotcha. And the piece that you're tucking under is going to go up against the top of the bag as part of the part you're going to stitch down for the handle. And I will be right back. I'm going to go put this ice cream up in the freezer. Are you coming?
Now I'm going.
What you doing?
I
You
just had
folding
to
the
get,
piece up to market?
huh?
You folding the piece up to market so it's even on both sides?
Mhm. No,
Are you taking stitches out?
I'm having I'm having a relationship with my best friend here.
Ah. I was
Yeah,
hoping that neither one of us was going to have to do that. I didn't even bring one of those over here.
Oh yeah, I keep mine here. Yeah, it went rogue on me.
Is it too thick? Because we can do
No,
it.
no, no, no. No,
Okay.
I just wanted to make sure. Oh, because and it didn't even, because on this one it kind of folded over. So I was trying to be extra careful with this one, and then it just went, which look, it's more than, in other words, it didn't even catch. So because
Okay.
I went so off the road here.
Gotcha.
I had seen a reel, and it was, this cop was, this guy was intoxicated, and the cop had to do this the thing, um the testing and stuff. And how that cop kept a straight face, I don't know. This guy's like, the cop's trying to make him do like the flamingo stance, where you stand on one foot.
Yeah.
The
I
guy
could probably
starts
only
thinking,
do that if I was inebriated.
I know. It's like, geez, I can't even do that on a good day. But the the guy starts doing the hokey pokey. Put your right foot.
Oh, gosh. Okay.
The cop wanted him to do it for 30 seconds. I mean, I forget how long he did. Oh, to count to 30, I think.
Oh,
The cop only did it for like, he put his foot up, and he did it to the count of like 3. I'm like, let me see you do that for count to 30
right.
at your size, both of them. And so anyway, it was just funny. So anyway, yes. So when I'm drawing, when I stitch crooked, I call it drunk driving. The
Gotcha.
needle did some drunk driving there. couldn't couldn't drive a straight line. So it reminded me of that video. But yeah, he did. He started doing the hokey pokey, and then he started doing some bunny hop. And how did that cop not crack up laughing? But I mean, he couldn't get the guy to. He couldn't get the guy to cooperate. So then he took him in. He took him in for disorderly conduct.
Oh, wow.
He didn't need to know if he was drunk or not. He was doing it for disorderly conduct because he wasn't cooperating. Doesn't mean that he was drunk. It just means he
Right.
was not cooperating. They can do the breathing when they get to the
Oh, right.
whatever. I was going to say the office, but okay, I'm starting to sleep talk.
Uh-oh.
No, no, it's not that I'm falling asleep. It's okay.
So, do you want us to continue this next week?
Oh, girl,
Hey, it's
um,
up to you. Remember, I'm night owl and I'm West Coast, so it's still kind of early for me,
I
but I
know,
know
and
it's not
I
that
did take
early
a
for you.
nap, but I know that you don't like to have unfinished projects.
I don't, but I will
And
put this down for you. We can leave it unfinished for a week. It won't bug me. Maybe.
oh, you said I come on too early on Wednesday, huh?
What time do you come on Wednesday?
11:45.
Oh, I could be up by then.
Sleep talk. At least
Actually,
I'm
that
not.
could be kind of fun in a way.
What do you mean, in a way?
Well, initially I was going to say to you, oh, I could be live from the quilt store with you, but that might be too noisy. So now I could stay home.
Are you going to the quilt store Wednesday?
I normally go to the quilt store Mondays and Wednesdays, but I can stay home. They don't have to see me.
You could send them the link to the video. It'll be a
Actually,
different link.
I did send the link to one of the ladies. The other ladies didn't actually hear me when I mentioned it, so the other ladies didn't ask about it. But I can actually, there is a group chat that we have there, so I could drop the link in the group chat and mention it tomorrow because the quilt store has open sewing Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday. I just tend to go on Mondays and Wednesdays.
Okay. Don't send them the link that for this video. I have to set up another one for Wednesday, and I'll give you that one.
Okay, I can do that.
Yeah, because this one will be done when we're done. This one will be done.
Not a problem.
So I will set that up and then send it to you. Okay, so if I send you the link to your email, never mind. You're 2 hours behind me. I was going to say, do you get notifications where that's going to wake you up?
No,
But yeah.
if I'm asleep, I'm asleep. But I will be up at least another hour and a half tonight. My normal go to sleep time is between 1:30 and 2:30 during the week. No matter what time I have to get up in the morning.
Okay, so that's what we'll do then is here's my
To be
pumpkin
continued.
to be continued. All right, so then let's say it's the assembly.
Yep.
Right? All the prep is
Yep.
done.
Everything's pressed and ironed.
Yep, this is all pressed and ironed. It's not stitched though. These are the 3 facing pieces.
Because they don't get stitched yet.
Okay, so then I'm not going to go ahead of you. And I mean, I know it's not ahead of you, but I'm not going to go ahead. And these 3 pieces are going to be for the zipper and the vinyl.
Yep.
Oh,
so
and
what we're going to do next is, after you get the bottom piece of the handle, just to give you and everyone else a rough idea of where we are. After you get this bottom edge of the handle stitch, so there's no raw edge, what we would do is take the bag and do a dry fit. And basically you're going to put the vinyl where you want the vinyl in the front. You're going to fold up the bottom edge and you're going to clip it. You're going to fold down the top edge. You're going to clip it. Then we're going to place the handle where you want the handle to be, so you know where we're going to stitch it. I haven't forgotten that yet.
okay.
Nope. So then you're going to place the handle where you want the handle to be, and you're going to stitch the handle in. You will open up the bottom and the top. You're going to take the dry fit of the vinyl out. You're going to put the pocket where you want it to be.
Okay.
Then you're going to stitch the pocket down. But you want to have a rough idea of where the dry fit is, and you want to have your pins in, because that will be your markers, your rough markers of where you can put the pocket, because you'll know where the vinyl will fit in between the pins on the side. Does that make sense?
Okay, tell me how the pins get in there again.
So you see how I have this piece right here?
Okay.
So this opening is the rough opening for the vinyl.
Okay.
So I don't have to put pins because I have this piece stitched down at the bottom, but you will put pins on this piece to show you where the rough opening of the vinyl is. So that way, when you go to place the pocket, you know where you can place the pocket so it shows within the window, or how much of it you want to show within the window, because you have the marker of the pins on either side as the dry fit. Does that make sense?
Yes. And yours is pinned because, I mean, yours is stitched because you had directional fabric, and so you had to cut that piece so that it will go in the same, in good direction.
Exactly.
So
yeah, and if I held it up correctly, because I did hold it up upside down. So exactly. So, and that's the only reason why I don't have to, because I did the dry fit when I was stitching the pieces.
You know what? And this, I may do this again, but put a piece of my cotton batting in here.
Yeah, you can do that. You don't have to, but yeah, you can do that. You can even put a piece of the SF-101 in it if you wanted to. You could even put a piece of that double-sided fusible fleece.
That would be wonderful.
Mm-hmm. I'm giving you so many ideas on that.
Yeah, I think I want
you want it a little thicker?
Yeah, I want the cotton batting in there.
Okay.
These 70-year-old hands need some padding
Not a problem.
hang on to. Yeah,
not a problem.
I think that'll look good. It'll make the stitches look good. And I can use this for something else.
Okay. So to continue, after you stitch the pocket down,
okay,
then you are going to put the 2 pieces around the vinyl, and we're going to stitch that down.
Okay, so I just, which we're going to do live, but you're just talking us through it.
Yeah,
so,
I'm just talking you through what we have left. Then you're
Okay.
just gonna put, if you notice, I put one on this piece and one on this piece. I clipped it. I clipped it because obviously pins would poke holes in the vinyl and you don't want to poke
Yeah.
holes in the vinyl. So I clipped it, and all we need to do is we're going to stitch those down. Then you're going to do one side of the zipper with
Okay.
the other piece. We're going to stitch that down. We will attach the zipper to the vinyl, and then we will attach the vinyl to the top and bottom of the bag. You'll stitch up the sides. We'll add the side pieces, and we're done.
And then we're done.
And then we're done.
Awesome.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Not that many. It's really not that many steps left. It's assembly, like you said. It's basic construction that's left. The hardest part is with any sewing project is always the prep. Always the prep.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay, so that sounds good. Then
Okay.
so then I know what to put in the thumbnail as far as what we're gonna do on Wednesday. And
Okay.
so we finished this up. I finished that. So that's good. I've not done a two-parter before.
Ah.
And we we could probably still go. Well, it's been 4 hours now. We still have 22 people here with us. So
And
hopefully
hello,
that's okay
everybody.
with everybody that's here. We're going to finish this up on Wednesday, which is what? The day after.
Yeah, the
So
5th. Yeah.
we are now, oh, this is the 3rd.
Oh, is it the 3rd or is it the 4th? It's still the 3rd for me, but it's the 4th for you.
I know it's still the 3rd as far as like this thing, this stream. So
Gotcha.
3. So then Tuesday is 4 and then 5. Okay, so August 5th, we'll finish this up. So let me show you what I have so far. Woo! So this is my plastic. I don't want to put it, well, let me just put it here because
Do
I don't
you
want
want to put it in your main piece and clip it so you have it there?
to, okay. I didn't want it under the lights. I
Oh,
was
if it's
going
that extra heavy vinyl, it'll be fine. Long as it's not on the light, you'll be fine.
thank you, Gretchen. All right. So this,
Good night, my friend. Thanks for coming in.
all right. So this is going to go like this and this.
Yes, ma'am.
So the 22 inches is the width.
Should be the width.
Okay. All right. So then this will be my unofficial dry fit. Oh, let me
Yeah.
see the. Okay, here's where the thread changed. You can't even notice that.
See.
All right, so I'm just going to stick it like that because I just put it too high on my laptop and the fan made some noise. All right, so it's just going to go there.
Not a problem.
It's not exactly where it needs to be, but it's where it's going to be for right now. And
I don't know if you want to put your 3 strips in there and the pocket as well.
yeah. Yep. So there's that. And then this is the outside strips, the
Right.
sides,
So,
which I'm just going to lay like that. So
right.
what are we doing with this?
You are going to iron and fold them the same way you did all of the other pieces.
Okay.
So if you like, you can do that tomorrow.
Yeah, because I already turned the iron off, and I'm going to
Absolutely.
redo that.
Right.
You'll like it. You'll like it.
You're gonna. I'm not worried about me liking it. I'm worried about you liking it.
No, I'm gonna love
Good
it.
night, Kingsbury Crafts.
Good night, Kingsbury. Oh, I'm sorry I didn't even say hello to you. Hello, Kingsbury. Good night, Kingsbury. I didn't know you were here. So, that's everything there. We did good. We did good. We're not going to beat ourselves up for not doing our homework and having all that quilting done beforehand.
Nope. Life
Uh,
lives.
huh?
Life lives.
Yep, it sure does.
So, and how else do you show people how things take unless you do it? So I get it.
Yeah, that's true. And so yeah, I just love the diamond one. And but yeah, when I learn how to, when I explore the machine more, and the I showed it to you. This little plate. It's actually called a darning plate.
Oh
But
yeah, that little foot that you said that goes over the feed dogs.
yeah, so this goes over the feed dogs, and then I can do freestyle embroidery stitches on there.
Ah, okay. So then you'll be doing free motion quilting and all of those wonderful things.
Oh, is that what it's called? Free motion.
And all I'm doing
Yeah,
is changing
I know.
feet. Right now, I just put the regular foot back on the sewing machine. That way we're prepped and ready to go. And I'm
Yeah,
actually
I
going
have
to
to
turn it
figure
off.
out. So you're saying I need to have the zipper foot?
Yeah. It actually, with the vinyl, the zipper foot really does come in handy.
Okay.
It comes in handy with the zipper as well, but it's very helpful when you're stitching with vinyl too.
I think that's it.
Can't see it very well. That looks more like the buttonhole foot, but we can use it. This, turn it the right way. This is what mine looks like. And the little bar lets you pop the needle either to the left or to the right. And so the needle fits down in the little indentation on the side. Can you hold that one back up again? As I get it up close and personal. Yes, ma'am. That would be it.
And then you said when we do the plastic, we're changing the needle, right?
Yeah, you can change the needle to a vinyl needle if you have it. If you don't, we're not going to worry about it. You want a fresh needle in, though, so that it's as sharp as it can be. Hi, Robin.
It's 3 a.m. where Robin lives.
Oh, Robin. Thanks for hanging up and being out.
Were you in the bushes, Robin, or are you just now coming in? Do you still have your Packer bag?
Oh, yep.
Hello.
Yep. Here
I'm
it
gonna
be.
hold on. I'm gonna make it bigger though.
Oh, okay.
I have to move you in the upper right corner.
No
I
worries.
mean, the left corner. All right, and then we go there.
Yep. So the top part is embroidered, and then the core of the tote. Daughter is a Packer fan, so yep. Neon yellow is Packers. I think it's not wintergreen. It's emerald. That's the inside of the word fan and the inside of the shoe. It's neon white on the outside, and the football is coffee. And
Coffee is
part of
good
the lace
football
at the
color.
bottom, I did the neon yellow.
Oh,
But
I see
because I
that
placed a
now.
chunk of those by hand, that's why it's not as even as it should be. But yeah.
Yeah, that looks good. I should make that for my sister-in-law.
Sure, we can do that. Again, that particular bag is 2 fabrics, a half yard of each, a half yard of the Bosel. It's the real stiff Bosel, and again, I don't know what it's not Bosel, I'm sorry, Pellon, and I don't know what the number is, but I can have the number for you like Wednesday if you're really interested. Again, Hobby Lobby does have that real stiff one. Michael's also has the real stiff one because I have seen it there, but it's not Pellon, it's their Michael's brand. But again, if you're like me and you touch and grope fabrics, when you go, you'll know by the texture of it. One side of
Okay.
it is got adhesive on it, the other side doesn't, but it's very stiff. It's very rough. Again, it feels and acts like it's cardboard, but you can sew on it, and you can use a 7511 needle. You don't even have to go to a bigger needle to sew on it.
So Robin, yeah, we got to a stopping point, and so we decided we're going to finish this on Wednesday at the 11:45 Central show. And so Robin says that it's hot flash o'clock. I just got up and Miss Gail is still on.
Right.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm 70 and that's not part of my life. I went through that when I was 20 and I had a tubal pregnancy, and
Oh, no.
I was just always drenched when I was in the hospital. I was drenched, and so they changed everything, and they put, because in the hospital they have like a a waterproof mat or something on it. But anyway, so they put all cotton, everything cotton. They said, your body is acting like it's going through menopause, but I was only 20.
Oh, wow.
So, anyway, so maybe that's when I actually went through it. I don't know. But they say you don't have to go through it, just like when I was pregnant. I did not have morning sickness. And the doctor said, it's not a requirement.
Yeah, I wish that my happy little stubborn goat. Oh, yeah, no. She got me up until the last month. Absolutely had morning sickness the entire time. Let alone I had those wonderful cravings for watermelon and Chinese food in the wintertime in a town that had no Chinese restaurant, and we definitely could not get watermelon in the wintertime.
Oh, Yeah. And you really need to, it's really better. Fruits and vegetables are better to be eaten during their season of growth, you know.
Absolutely. I get
So,
it. Yeah,
yeah.
no, my happy December baby had me craving watermelon in December. My mom was like trying to give me, you know, like how they had the melon balls in the freezer. So she was trying to give me that because I was, again, and I would try to pick out the watermelon. And obviously, they weren't putting that many watermelon pieces in the frozen fruit. But yeah, that wasn't it. So yeah. My other
Oh,
favorite thing was Hardee's hot ham and cheese sandwiches, which I was so bad that the people would see my car in the drive-through and just wave me through and have my sandwich ready at the window. And the minute after she was born, I tried that sandwich. I was like, I have no idea. Actually, it was one of the few things that would stay down. But I was like, I have no idea why I ate this because I lost the taste for it, didn't like it, couldn't stand it after she was born, could not stand it. Even the people at Taco Bell knew my car too, and yeah, we lived in a very small town in Southwest Oklahoma. So yeah. So and because it was like the two things I could eat and stay down. So I was one of the other places. And so yeah, they got very familiar with seeing my car in the drive-through and knowing what to do. But thank
yeah.
you so much again, Miss Gail, and
And thank
everybody
you.
who is on
Yeah.
for
Yeah.
having me and to be continued.
Yep. So Tracy will be joining me on Wednesday, and we'll finish up these bags, and I'm real excited, and it'll be great,
Yeah.
you know, because even though I had a nap, but when I'm talking, you know, and it's not making any sense, it's like, oh, I don't need that. I don't need that out there, like, you know.
Not a problem.
So
Whatever
I
you need.
get like when I'm sewing or even just any kind of crafting late at night, I just get real quiet. I'll try and turn some music on, and because it's really like at night like this time, it's just like really, really quiet outside.
Right.
And so then I just try to turn on some music, but then it's just like um that annoys me. So anyway, so okay, thank you. Dee, what are you laughing at?
And I get that.
Huh?
I get what you're saying. Like normally I have something on that I can hear, so I'll probably have like a video on something that I don't have to pay attention to, or some TV show that's in the background that's just noise, or even occasionally I'll do music. But a lot of times I can be quiet. I know my daughter has to get up and go to work, so if I'm out, the normal crafting area is not that far from her bedroom. So I'm always conscious of if I'm doing something late at night, like can she hear it? How loud is it? Is it disturbing
Yeah.
her? That kind of thing. And then there are some nights where I'm in my Leo. I don't care. She'll hear it. She'll deal with it. Life is good. I'm
Yeah,
still up.
in California,
So
my craft room was right under where was in a um I was in the see I can't even talk. I lived in a two-story apartment complex. And so and then had windows all around. And so I would open the windows and let that breeze come in. And, um, and so all of the noise, and it was my Cricut machine, because I wasn't sewing then.
wow.
And, so it was my Cricut machine, and it was making all that, noise. And she let me know. So I'm like, anyway, I didn't
Gotcha.
put in the dollar sign, but your picture. I don't know what V, I don't know what you're trying to say, but your
You said
picture
you weren't
was
making sense. I think I put in the wrong thing. I didn't put in the
oh,
$, but your picture was there. Or was she talking about referring to Miss Marilyn?
she was laughing, the LOL, and I
Right.
said, "What were you laughing about?" And she said, "Gail, you said you weren't making any sense. Cash App. Did you send me
Oh,
a Cash App?" Oh, okay. I was getting ready to ring my blessing bell for you. She's dying to come out and make some noise. Oh, so the Cash App was in the way. I mean, the sign. Okay, so 11:45 Central.
yep.
Tracy is coming back to
9:45
join me.
Pacific. Right.
9, 10, 11. Yeah, so 9:45 Pacific,
Right.
12:45 Eastern.
Right.
And Quebec, Canada, is the same as Eastern. I have somebody that comes in here from Quebec, Canada. All righty. Don't you go anywhere. But I will end the live.
Okay. Thanks, Marilyn. Thanks, everybody. See you Wednesday.
V, if you're sending me a Cash App, you do need to do the $. And I think it's just scaled designs. Okay.
Thanks,
Thank you
everybody.
all for coming in. Thank you.
Good night.
Good night. Bye.